The prison rose out of the plain like a concrete ship wrecked in fog. Floodlights bleached its walls the color of old bone. Coils of razor wire glimmered like frost. Above the gate, a steel sign read Burkitt, correctional letters pitted by wind and years. Honor Belova stood beneath it with the poise of a woman who had spent years practicing how not to shake. The November sky hung low and heavy, the air tasted of metal. She pulled a breath deep into her lungs and felt her fear dissolve into the harder alloy of resolve. 12 years had brought her here, 12 years of study, of building a false name, of softening anger into focus. She showed her pass at the checkpoint. Gates folded back with the reluctant grace of a drawbridge. Inside, corridors the shade of hospital mint, floors waxed to the dull shine of a morgue. A secretary with sunken eyes knocked on a door. Maxim Petrovich, the applicant. Anna Smirnova. Anna stepped into the office and saw a throne disguised as a desk. Behind it, Warden Maxim Kamensky, large, clean-shaven, iron-gray hair combed as sharply as his parting of right and wrong. A president's portrait watched them from the wall, stern and unsmiling, as if the room required a second warden. "Sit, Smirnova," Kamensky said, pointing to a chair calculated to be a little too hard. She placed her folder down. The papers inside were perfect: schooling, certifications, references, each forged with the precision you reserve for explosives. "What brings a young, decent-looking girl to a place like this?" Kamensky asked, flipping, not reading. "Two things," Anna said, keeping the smile stubbornly open: belief in the necessity of order, and the need for steady work. "In my experience, people who come here are fanatics or cornered animals." He looked up. "Which are you?" "Possibly both." She straightened. "Theory is nothing without practice. I'm here for the practice." He smirked. "Practice? You look like a ballerina, Smirnova. How would you handle a 2-meter recidivist?" Heat rose in her chest. Real, not acted. She'd heard that question 100 times. "My grandfather used to say the strongest dog isn't the one that barks loudest, but the one that bites when you do not see it coming. Strength is character, skill, timing, a beat." I trained hand-to-hand with a Spetsnaz coach. Silence opened between them. The warden measured her face as if it contained a cipher. "Trial period," he decided finally. "But understand, our methods are our methods. In any system, the first law is order." A dry tap of his finger on the desk. "My order. I won't close my eyes to unlawfulness," she said, letting the word hang like a gauntlet. Something hard flickered in his gaze, interest with teeth. 7 a.m. Briefing, he said. "Be late, and you don't work here." "I won't be late." When she left, she felt his stare rest between her shoulder blades, weighing her, filing her. First step, she told herself. The door has opened inward, the corridor's breathed echo. Paint peeled at the corners like curled fingernails. Sokolov, grey-moustached, slow-footed, walked her through the protocols. How many offices in the canteen, how showers turned battlegrounds, how nights stretch longer than days. They were rounding a blind turn when the sound reached them, thuds like a rug beaten, a muffled cry. Anna moved toward it instinctively. "Where are you going?" Sokolov hissed, clamping a hand around her elbow. "Not your business if you want to live." "Then it'll be foolish," she said, shaking him off, and took the corner. A dead-end strip of corridor, two guards working, a man on the floor. The prisoner curled around himself, forearms shielding his head. The rubber baton rose for another arc. "Stop," Anna shouted, stepping forward. Both men turned. Surprise, then annoyance. "And who the hell are you?" The older one barked. "Officer Smirnova." She took out a small voice recorder and clicked it on, her hand steady. "On what grounds are you applying force to an inmate?" They glanced at each other for a second. Shame threatened to color their cheeks, then receded. "Not your business, little girl," the younger said. "Hawk." "What's going on here?" The voice came from behind, measured, even, dangerous for precisely that reason. Kaminsky. His gaze slid from the beaten man to Anna's recorder. I encountered unlawful use of force, she said, keeping her eyes on his, refusing the safer habit of talking to the floor. The warden didn't blink. Sokolov, he called over her shoulder. Take the inmate to medical. Log that he fell down the stairs. But Anna began. Smirnova, the warden said without looking at her. My office, now. His door closed with the punctuation of a verdict. He leaned over her, close enough that she caught the expensive, out-of-place scent of cologne. What do you think you're doing? My duty, she said. Preventing a crime. Crime? He almost laughed. Do you understand where you are? This is not a schoolyard. We house murderers, rapists, thieves. You don't keep wolves with lullabies. We represent the law, she said, low and even. If we are wolves, then there is no difference between us and them. A long, taut pause. You saw nothing, he said. Do you understand me? No, she answered. I don't. Kaminsky's eyes narrowed, and something like curiosity sharpened into hunger. You really are something, Smirnova. I'm a person with principles, she said. If that surprises you, it's because you haven't seen many lately. He smiled without warmth. Do you want a lesson? Cell 6 will educate you. One night should cure you of heroics. Ice walked along her spine. Cell 6. Of all places. And yet beneath the fear, a flare of fierce, secret joy. The trap was walking itself shut around him. That's illegal, she said, letting just enough tremor lick the edge of her voice. In my prison, he said, each word an iron clip. I write the law. He picked up the phone. Mikhaili, bring Petrov. Escort Smirnova to 6. Anna lowered her gaze to hide the sudden, treacherous smile. 12 years had built the plan. Now he would supply the final corridor. The corridor to Block B was colder, less human. Mikhaili shuffled beside her, a tired man with weathered hands, the kind who still said please to doors. Petrov, younger, eyes like ice chips, walked on her other side. Girl, Mikhaili murmured as they turned down a narrower passage, you know where you're going. She nodded. Monsters in there, he said, not with relish, but regret. Shout if you must. Maybe we'll make it in time. Enough, Petrov snapped. Orders are orders. They stopped before a door with a crooked 6 painted in black. Voices hummed behind it, the low electricity of danger. Last chance, Mikhaili said softly. Say you changed your mind. Open it, Anna said. The door groaned. Silence fell inside like a dropped blanket. 6 men stared at her the way wolves consider an animal they didn't expect to find in their trap. New meat, said a shaved-headed giant, a bull tattoo sneering on his shoulder. The warden's generous. Another man, wiry, narrow-faced, smiled without mirth. It's impolite to send candy without a note. Anna stepped in, back to the wall. No one touches me, she said flatly. Not unless he wants to bleed. The giant took a step, grinning. Metal winked in the thin man's hand a shiv. Enough, a quiet voice said. It came from the lower bunk in the corner, where a man had lain silent, watching. He rose with the economy of a predator, not tall, not bulky, but carrying his frame like a blade carries its edge. The lady is under my roof, he said. She won't be harmed. Rum, she's a screw, the bull rumbled. What do you care? I said, calm down. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. The thin man slid the shiv away as if he had never wanted it. Anna met the quiet man's eyes and saw a thing she recognized at once. Intelligence honed by loss. She guessed his name without asking. Chernik. He pointed to the empty lower bunk opposite his. Your place, he said. No one will touch you. Thank you, she murmured, moving past the giant, ignoring his promise of later. Owls stretched. Men played cards with the grim seriousness of surgeons. Smoke made a yellow ceiling beneath the bare bulb. Anna sat, still, breathing through fear until it shrank to the size of a coin and she could flip it in her palm. When the other's attention drifted, Chernik sat beside her, not close, not far. "You're not a regular guard," he said. "Too brave to be ordinary. Or too stupid," she offered. "In here, those are the same thing." He studied her. "Why are you here?" "Because I won't bend," she said. "In prison," he said, "everyone bends. Or they break." He stood. "Sleep. Night is long." She didn't. The dark carried its own noises, coughing, mutters, the periodic clang of a gate far away. Sometime after midnight, a whisper. "You don't sleep," Chernik said from the doorway. He leaned on the frame, the posture of a man who had learned to rest standing. "I don't trust the dark, Wise." He was quiet a while. Then, "Kamensky is a bastard." "That's not for me to say," she answered carefully. He gave a low laugh. "Diplomatic dishonest. I saw your eyes when he walked in. Hate like that does not come from a day at work." She said nothing. "In some men's present silence threatens with him," it clarified. He looked down the corridor as if measuring the distance to something he did not yet want to recall. "I've been here 8 years," he said. "I've seen men become ghosts. And I have learned the one lesson that matters. Power likes its secrets silent." He turned back to her. "What did he do to you?" Anna lifted her gaze. Truth had a weight the lie she'd built for this place had another. Between them, there was the path she had trained herself to walk, exact, narrow. "Everyone here has a reason," she said. "Mine isn't small." He nodded as if a piece had clicked in a puzzle. "Then perhaps we are of the same blood," he said. "Those who carry old fires." And he left her to the long night. The next days slipped into a rhythm. Anna worked Block B. She watched, learned the currents of a place where time ran sideways. She saw how bribes disguised themselves as favors, how cruelty hid inside the word procedure. And at night, voices through a cracked door. On the 5th night, Chernik asked, "You know what they locked me for?" She kept her eyes on the corridor. "Narcotics distribution," she said, using the file's lie. "Paper truth," he said. "Real truth. I witnessed a killing." Her heart missed its step. "A car," he continued calmly. 12 years ago. A man and a woman crossing at the lights. Sports car comes from the side. Driver drunk enough to sing. He hit the man, threw him like a rag. The woman screamed. He didn't stop. He stepped on the gas. Anna's throat burned. She had repeated this scene in her mind until it had ached like a muscle. "I remember the plate," he said. "Numbers stick in my head. I called emergency. I gave my name. I said I would testify." He smiled, small and bitter. "Next day, they searched my flat and found a bag under the doormat. They arrested me before I could finish my statement." "Who was driving?" The words came out quieter than she intended. "A spoiled boy," he said. "Andrei Kamensky, the warden's son." He waited, studying her face. Then he asked, very gently, "Whose was the man?" "My father," Anna said. He closed his eyes once. When he opened them, something old and steady lived there. "Then we are indeed of the same blood. Trust, in prison, is a currency rarer than cigarettes." They spent it slowly. "Spoken words won't be enough," Chernik said the next night. "They will call me a criminal with a grudge. They will call you a liar with a cause. We need a statement," Anna said. "Signed, detailed, and a way to get it beyond these walls." "There is a doctor," he said after a long pause. "Semyonich. He owes me. He can fake an episode. Appendicitis, heart, it doesn't matter. They take me to medical. If the duty lines fall right, you can be my escort. Cameras." He smiled. "Tomorrow they go dark for maintenance. Somebody has already made the arrangements." "Then we move," she said. "I have a contact in the investigative committee. If I get your signed statement out, it will trip the wire we need." "Anna," he said, her name sounding new and truthful in the stale corridor air, "Kamensky is not a man who forgives mistakes." "I've lived 12 years with an unforgiving thing," she said. "It taught me how not to lose." The infirmary was cleaner, brighter, the same prison wearing hospital makeup. Chernik hunched, one hand pressed to his abdomen. Semyonich, a boarding man with quick eyes, met them at the door. "What's wrong with the inmate?" he asked briskly. "Severe pain," Anna answered, "official board. Possible appendicitis." "Guard may wait outside," Semyonich said, glancing at her. "Instructions require my presence," she said without a blink. "As you wish," he shrugged. He positioned his body between Chernik and the camera domes. "Tender here?" he asked loudly, pressing. Chernik groaned with an actor's conviction. While the sound covered them, Anna slid a thin folder onto the metal table. Semyonich moved to a cabinet. Chernik straightened, took the pen, and wrote fast. The kind of speed that belongs to people who know the price of time. "I, Roman Sergeyevich Chernik, testify time. Place, plate number, description of the driver, the screams, the smell of gasoline, the uniformed man who told him to forget what he'd seen." He signed with a steady hand. Anna tucked the papers under her shirt, above the hard drum of her heart. And the door blew open. Kamensky filled the frame, flanked by two riflemen from internal security. The room shrank around his presence. "How tender," he said with a smile that showed no teeth. "Inmate and guard, such sympathy." His gaze dropped to the outline of paper beneath Anna's uniform. His hand moved like a trap. He ripped the folder free, flicked through pages, and went pale the way men do when the past stands up and speaks. "Smirnova," he said softly. Then, savagely, or should I say Belova? For a heartbeat, the room seemed to tilt. Anna had prepared for many futures, but not for this one, that he would have known her all along. "Take them," Kamensky snapped. The rifleman stepped forward. Chernik snatched a scalpel from the tray, pivoted, and pressed it to Kamensky's throat with the confidence of a man who had already chosen his sentence. "Freeze," he barked, "or the warden learns to breathe through a new hole." The guards froze. Sweat silvered the scalp above Kamensky's ear where the blade kissed skin. "Put the guns down," Chernik said. Slowly, they obeyed, inch by inch. Anna scooped the rifles, backed toward the wall, covering them. Kamensky's composure returned like a tide. He even laughed, low, pleased. "Did you think you could trick an old wolf? I knew from the first day who you were, Anna Mikhailovna. I let you in to see who would surface your helpers, your smugglers, your witnesses. 12 years, and I waited for you to make your move." "Why?" Anna managed. Her voice did not shake. The rest of her did. "To clean the table," he said. "Loose ends are untidy." He turned his head a fraction, and in that fraction, she saw something like pride. "Do you want the truth you begged for? Your father dug where he had no mandate to dig. He found falsified parts destined for a power plant. Important men told me to tidy it up. My son was a useful idiot. I was a useful hammer. Systems require hammers. Now both of you are nails." Anna slid her phone from her pocket with 2 fingers, keeping the barrel steady. She pressed the side button. The lock screen lit, a countdown, red digits pulsing. 1 hour, she said. Then everything I have goes to 5 inboxes. Media, committee, federal prosecutors. Unless I stop the timer. For the first time a hairline crack split Kamensky's mask. "Give me the phone, no." He lunged. Blood sprang along his neck as the scalpel bit Chernik grabbed. The guards moved. The room erupted into motion. Bodies, breath, a chair skidding, a tray clattering. And then the door exploded inward with a blast of splinters and steel. Figures in black flooded the room, visors down, rifles up. Hands down. Don't move. Commands fired like nails. In 20 seconds it was over. Guns kicked away. Kamensky wrenched to the floor, zip ties burning his wrists. Anna lay cheek to tile, heart punching. A man in civilian clothes crouched beside her, sharp-eyed, calm. "Are you hurt, Anna Mikhailovna?" he asked. She shook her head. "Good," he said, offering a hand. "My name is Igor Viktorovich." Your friend Sokolov and a certain detective insisted we watch over your crusade. Next time, coordinate before you light the match." She looked past him to Chernik. They lifted him carefully. He met her eyes and gave the smallest nod. Gratitude, recognition, something that felt like the start of a life. Outside, winter light washed the yard clean. They led Kamensky past her. Without his cap, hair disordered, and a thin line of blood drying on his throat, he looked smaller, terribly human. He still found the arrogance to sneer. "You have nothing," he told the investigator. Igor Viktorovich lifted a folder. "A witness statement. 6 months of your intercepted calls. And your son's confession." For the first time, honest fear touched the warden's face. Anna watched him disappear into the transport and felt not triumph but a vast, quiet fatigue, like the stillness after a storm when you count the lost and the living. She touched her shirt where the papers had been. The space felt light as a healed wound. "Now we finish it," she said. Cold sun scattered across the prison yard like coins tossed by a stingy god. The November wind carried iron in its teeth. Anna stood wrapped in a borrowed jacket, her uniform shirt stained with dust and the phantom of Kamensky's grip. He was being led out in chains. His boots crunched gravel with the reluctant dignity of a man who still believed he ruled. "Maxim Kamensky," investigator Igor Viktorovich intoned, "you are under arrest for abuse of authority, obstruction of justice, and conspiracy to conceal a felony resulting in death." The words had weight. They rang against the walls, echoed off the coils of wire, and settled like ash in Anna's bones. Kamensky turned his head, eyes hunting. "They found her. Belova," he spat. Her true name was acid on his tongue. "You think you've won? I know what victory looks like. And this is just the first act." Anna didn't flinch. "Then the curtain has finally risen," she said quietly. For the first time, his mask cracked. Not rage, not even hate, but the bewilderment of a man whose map had no road for defeat. The officers shoved him into the armored van. The door slammed. The echo was final. Beside her, Chernik rubbed his wrists, still red from restraints. His gaze stayed fixed on the departing van, the way a freed animal watches the cage as it's dragged away. "You did it," he said. "We did it," Anna corrected. "Without your words, it'd still be hunting shadows." His lips twitched. Almost a smile. Within hours, rumors boiled through the blocks. The warden arrested. His son in custody. Guards whispering of purges, inquiries, new masters. For the first time in years, prisoners lifted their heads as if the ceiling were higher. Anna finished her shift in silence, eyes on every corridor. The system Kamensky built still breathed here. Some of its lungs would try to strangle her. She felt them in the sideways glances of guards who owed him loyalty, in the mutters of convicts who had benefited from his blind eye. But she had something stronger now, documents, allies, and a truth too large to bury again. That night she sat alone in the guardroom, staring at the countdown still blinking on her phone screen. She cancelled it with a code. Relief didn't come. Only exhaustion so deep she nearly wept. 3 months later, the grave looked almost tender under its blanket of snow. Frost traced the letters on the stone. Mikhail Belov. Anna placed white chrysanthemums, their petals crisp with cold. She rested her hand on the stone as though it could warm her palm. "Papa," she whispered, "your killer stands where you can no longer see him behind bars." Andrei confessed. His father will die in a cell. The system finally spoke your name with justice, not denial. You were right about the turbines. They honored you posthumously. Hero of civil courage. Wind shuffled through bare branches. A whisper she let herself believe was his answer. Steps crunched behind her. Chernik lingered at a respectful distance, hands in the pockets of a civilian coat. Without prison grime, without steel bars, he seemed a different man, though his eyes carried the same shadows. "I never thanked you," he said quietly. "You don't need to, I do. Because without you, My truth would have rotted in a cell. And without me, he shrugged. Perhaps yours would too. Strange how two broken things fit together enough to stand upright. She smiled faintly, through tears that didn't fall. Maybe that's all justice is, broken people standing together. They sat later in a caf near the Neva, steam rising from mugs like fragile ghosts. Chernik looked at the phone in his hand, as if it were heavier than any chain he'd ever worn. She agreed to meet, he said. My daughter. First time in 8 years. Honor reached across the table, touching his hand briefly. She will see the man you are, not the file they wrote. He shook his head. She'll see the years I wasn't there. Birthdays. School. First heartbreak. I missed it all. You don't reclaim time. Maybe not, Honor admitted. But you reclaim presence. That's enough. For the first time, his voice cracked. I'm afraid she won't forgive me. Then earn her forgiveness every day. That's all any of us can do. The building loomed like a Roman temple, cold and righteous. Anna's steps echoed as she entered the high-ceilinged hall, her file clutched against her ribs. The prosecutor was gray-haired, eyes sharp. He handed her documents, official re-evaluation of her father's case, the conviction of Kamensky, the state's apology. Your father, he said, has been publicly cleared. Moreover, his work saved a power plant from disaster. Thousands of lives, perhaps. Anna swallowed the knot in her throat. He always said fear was cheaper than courage. But courage lasts longer. The prosecutor smiled faintly. Your courage has been noted. The investigative committee requests your service. They believe you'd be valuable. She blinked. After everything. I broke into a prison under false papers. Sometimes, he said, justice requires unorthodox tools. The important thing is why you use them. She looked out the tall window at the city alive with traffic, with people who would never know her story. A new path unfolded, not of revenge, but of protection. I accept, she said. That evening, she stood outside as the first snow of December began to fall. White flakes spun, erasing the scars of the street, layering roofs, turning the world momentarily pure. She thought of her father's voice, calm and stubborn. She thought of 12 years of fire finally cooling into ash. For the first time, she let her shoulders drop. The war was over. The future waited. Chernik's words echoed in her memory. Sometimes broken things fit together. She tilted her face to the falling snow and whispered, then let us build something unbroken. The marble lobby of the investigative committee felt heavier than any prison corridor Honor had ever walked. Authority breathed from every column, every echo of her boots across the stone. She held her new id in her palm like a fragile passport into legitimacy. Senior Investigator, Department of Special Cases. The letters gleamed, but to her they looked like scars pressed into metal. Belova. The voice belonged to a man in his 40s, dark hair cropped short, eyes the color of steel filings. His handshake was firm, his gaze unyielding. Igor Viktorovich, she said, recognizing the officer who had pulled her up from the floor of the medblock that night. I asked for you personally, he replied. You've walked through fire. We need people who know what that means. Welcome to the other side of the law. Honor almost smiled. The law doesn't have sides, only shadows. His eyes narrowed. Good. You'll fit in. The office smelled of ink, dust, and faint desperation. Stacks of files leaned like tired soldiers. Anna set her bag down and touched the first folder. Cold case, Igor explained. Officially closed 3 years ago. A fire in a textile warehouse. 47 dead. Cause accident. But he tapped the folder. Too many signatures that don't match. Too many people who profited from the ashes. Honor opened the file. Photos spilled out, charred beams, melted sewing machines, bodies under white sheets. The smell of smoke seemed to rise from the paper. She whispered, almost to herself, truth leaves fingerprints, even in ash. Igor nodded. Find them. Nights were the hardest. When silence settled, Memories rose like smoke. Anna often found herself standing at her apartment window, phone in hand, resisting the urge to dial a number she didn't dare. One evening she gave in. The line clicked. Belova. Chernik's voice, quieter now, stripped of prison walls, but still carrying their echo. "How was the meeting?" she asked. A pause. Then, she came. "My daughter." She looked at me like I was a photograph someone had drawn over in pencil, recognizable, but not quite real. Anna closed her eyes, picturing it. "Did she speak?" "She said one word, why?" His voice cracked, and I didn't have an answer strong enough. "You're free now," Anna said softly. "Answers are built, not borrowed." Another silence, heavier this time. "And you? Are you free?" She looked down at the badge gleaming on her desk. "Freedom feels heavier than chains. Days blurred in 2 weeks. Anna lived among paper trails and half-burned truths. The warehouse fire wasn't an accident, it was arson disguised as negligence. A single name appeared again and again in the signatures. Petrov Holdings, a company tied to ministers and bankers. Every step deeper was a step into older, darker corridors of power than even Kamensky had walked. At night, she thought of her father's voice. "There are things more important than fear." One evening, she returned to her apartment and found an envelope slid under her door. No stamp, no name. Inside, a single photo of her leaving the committee building, her face circled in red. She sat very still, the paper trembling in her hands. Her phone buzzed. Unknown number. She answered. "You should stop, Investigator Belova." A man's voice, smooth, distant. "Some truths are not meant to survive." Anna felt her pulse slow, not quicken. 12 years of fire had burned out panic. "Then you should have killed me years ago," she replied and ended the call. For a long time she sat in the dark, the city lights flickering beyond the glass. She realized this wasn't the end of her war. It was the beginning of another. And somewhere, in another apartment across the city, Chernik sat staring at his own scars, trying to rebuild a bridge with his daughter. 2 lives running parallel, one toward justice, one toward forgiveness. Both heavy as iron. By the 3rd week on the case, the warehouse fire lived in Anna's apartment like a roommate. Photos spread across the table, maps taped to the wall. A string of names linking ministry offices to grey shell companies that dissolved when touched. In the center, Petrov Holdings. The name itched, not because it was common, because it was careful. Every document bore a version: Petrov Invest, Petrov Logistics, Petrov Insurance. Different directors, same accountant, same lawyer, same P.O. box. Igor Viktorovich leaned against her desk at dusk, sleeves rolled, tie forgotten. "You're circling something big." "I'm standing on it," she said. "They built the floor out of paperwork." He tapped a page. "Begin here." The sprinkler inspection, signed 2 days before the fire by an inspector who died 3 months earlier. His signature still works overtime. Anna exhaled. A dead man's ink. "Get me the live men behind it," he said, and left her to the ash. The P.O. box led to a building that had been modern once. Smoked glass, chrome handles, lobby plants that tried and failed to look rich. The directory listed a dozen tenants who didn't exist. On the 5th floor, a door with no placard. A camera above it blinked red. Anna pressed the buzzer. Silence. She pressed again. Footsteps. The door opened a crack. A woman in her 30s, neat bun, neat blouse, neat smile. "Yes, investigative committee," Anna said, showing her badge. "I'm here about Petrov Holdings." The smile didn't change. "We're an accounting service." "Petrov who? Then you won't mind if I come in and look for him?" A tiny hesitation. Then, "Do you have a warrant?" "Not yet," Anna said. "But I have time." They studied each other through the gap. The woman's eyes were not frightened, they were calculating. Then she opened the door wider. The office smelled like lemon cleaner and new printers. Desks stood aligned, wires hid where wires could hide. On the far wall, a photo of a mountain lake. Innocent, generic. Wrong. Coffee. The woman offered, no. Anna walked slowly, reading the room. The neatness was a costume that didn't fit. Ledger books on the shelves were new, their spines uncracked. 2 desks had dust rings where monitors should have been. What's your name? Anna asked. Marina, the woman said. I file taxes. For corpses. Marina's smile thinned. We serve clients who prefer privacy. Privacy isn't a crime, Anna said. Arson is. Something flickered behind Marina's eyes. The first real thing. Leave your card, she said. If Petrov exists, he might call you. I don't wait for ghosts, Anna said, and left. But in the hall she paused by the emergency stairwell. The hinges were recently oiled, the paint around the screws was fresh. She pushed through and descended to flights to a service door labeled electrical. The lock was cheap. The trick her grandfather taught her, thin blade, steady hand, still worked. Inside, a closet that wasn't. Metal shelves lined with plain banker's boxes. Labeled with numbers, not names. She had 1 minute, maybe 2. She opened a box. Invoices. And under them, insurance policies. The warehouse. The payout. A signature. A. Petrov. Below it, in loyally fine print, a power of attorney granted to a name she knew too well it hurt. K. Kamenskaya. Anna felt the floor tilt. The warden's sister. She snapped a photo, slid the paper back exactly as it had lain, closed the box, closed the door, relocked the cheap lock, and walked to the elevator as if her heartbeat were not trying to climb out of her throat. In the glass of the elevator she caught her reflection. The face of a woman who had learned that monsters rarely live alone. The P.O. box led to a building that had been modern once. Smoked glass, chrome handles, lobby plants that tried and failed to look rich. The directory listed a dozen tenants who didn't exist. On the 5th floor, a door with no placard. A camera above it blinked red. Anna pressed the buzzer. Silence. She pressed again. Footsteps. The door opened a crack. A woman in her 30s, neat bun, neat blouse, neat smile. Yes? Investigative committee, Anna said, showing her badge. I'm here about Petrov Holdings. The smile didn't change. We're an accounting service. Petrov who? Then you won't mind if I come in and look for him? A tiny hesitation. Then, do you have a warrant? Not yet, Anna said. But I have time. They studied each other through the gap. The woman's eyes were not frightened, they were calculating. Then she opened the door wider. The office smelled like lemon cleaner and new printers. Desks stood aligned, wires hid where wires could hide. On the far wall, a photo of a mountain lake. Innocent, generic. Wrong. Coffee. The woman offered, no. Anna walked slowly, reading the room. The neatness was a costume that didn't fit. Ledger books on the shelves were new, their spines uncracked. 2 desks had dust rings where monitors should have been. What's your name? Anna asked. Marina, the woman said. I file taxes. For corpses. Marina's smile thinned. We serve clients who prefer privacy. Privacy isn't a crime, Anna said. Arson is. Something flickered behind Marina's eyes. The first real thing. Leave your card, she said. If Petrov exists, he might call you. I don't wait for ghosts, Anna said, and left. But in the hall she paused by the emergency stairwell. The hinges were recently oiled, the paint around the screws was fresh. She pushed through and descended to flights to a service door labeled electrical. The lock was cheap. The trick her grandfather taught her, thin blade, steady hand, still worked. Inside, a closet that wasn't. Metal shelves lined with plain banker's boxes. Labeled with numbers, not names. She had 1 minute, maybe 2. She opened a box. Invoices. And under them, insurance policies. The warehouse. The payout. A signature. A. Petrov. Below it, in loyally fine print, a power of attorney granted to a name she knew too well it hurt. Kamenskaya. Anna felt the floor tilt. The warden's sister. She snapped a photo, slid the paper back exactly as it had lain, closed the box, closed the door, relocked the cheap lock, and walked to the elevator as if her heartbeat were not trying to climb out of her throat. In the glass of the elevator she caught her reflection. The face of a woman who had learned that monsters rarely live alone. They were good whoever watched her. The tail didn't press, didn't crowd. A grey sedan that always had a parking spot. A man on a bench who always checked his watch at the same minute she passed. An old woman who never looked up from her crossword. That night, on the way home, Anna changed her route. Twice. A tram, then a taxi, then 2 blocks on foot, then an alley with a mirror-smooth puddle where headlights made long, telling spears. The grey sedan turned the corner. Its lights washed the alley's walls. Anna stepped into a recessed doorway and dialed. Igor, she said when he answered. I'm buying friends I didn't ask for. Walk to the big street, he said. Crowd. Cameras. Don't be a hero. What if I already am? Then be a living one. The sedan eased past, to slow to calm. Anna waited, counted to 30, then stepped out and joined a bus stop crowd of tired faces and shopping bags. When the bus came, she got on. So did the driver of the grey sedan only. He left his car and climbed the bus rear door 2 seconds before it closed. He stood, one hand on the strap, gaze fixed out the window. His profile was plain, a face you forget. Anna studied his hands. The right knuckles were scarred in a row, the kind of scar that comes from a pistol's slide-biting flesh. She got off 3 stops early. So did he. Enough, she said to herself, and ducked into the bright rectangle of a pharmacy. Through the back, a service exit. Through that, a narrow lane that led to the avenue. When she emerged, Igor's sedan rolled to the curb as if they planned it. He didn't smile. Get in. The tail didn't follow Igor's car. That told her 2 things. They knew his plate. They'd rather not introduce themselves to the committee's driver. Who did you annoy this time? Igor asked dryly. Kaminsky's shadow, Anna said. His sister. Kamenskaya is the power of attorney behind Petrov Holdings. Igor's brows climbed. Family business. Like mold, Anna said. It spreads where it can. They met her in a place with gold taps and soft chairs, where silence was considered good manners. Kamenskaya arrived precisely 10 minutes late. A woman who had aged beautifully and expensively, her hair a deliberate color, her ring understated and definitely expensive. Igor ordered tea. Anna ordered nothing. Maxim sends his regards, Kamenskaya said coolly, as if her brother weren't in a cell. I doubt it, Anna said. He always preferred orders to regards. A trace of amusement touched the woman's mouth and vanished. You're brave. I ran out of fear. Such women die young. Anna didn't blink. Such men die in prison. They held one another's gaze across china cups. Your company profited from the warehouse fire, Anna said, laying the photos on the table the way gamblers lay cards when they know the hand is theirs. Your proxy signed the insurance. Your lawyer built the shells. The inspector was dead before he approved sprinklers. Kamenskaya regarded the photos as if they were a minor inconvenience, like a traffic jam that made her late to the opera. You think a few papers will bend what I am. I think a few papers will put you where your brother sleeps, Anna said. And I think survivors of that fire can learn your name. For the first time, ice cracked. A thin crack, hairline, but real. You overestimate your reach. And you underestimate ash, Anna said softly. It sticks to hands, no matter how many times you wash. Kamenskaya rose. I will not be threatened. You already were, Anna said, by your own signature. When she was gone, Igor let out a breath. You keep poking tigers with a toothpick. I'm testing if they still bleed, Anna said. They do, he replied. But they also bite. 2 days later, Anna returned to the electrical closet. The lock had been replaced with something serious. The camera in the stairwell now pointed squarely at the service door. Inside, she assumed, the boxes had migrated. Too fast, she muttered. We spooked them. She chose a different approach. Property records. If papers moved, addresses didn't. The shell companies shared one silent partner, Northlake Foundation, a charity that claimed to renovate rural schools. It had never posted photos of any school. Found your lake, she told Igor, dropping the file on his desk. No water, just money. Board of trustees? He asked. A priest, a retired gymnast, a professor from the provincial university, and, she turned the page, our Mountain Lake office woman Marina. She files taxes for ghosts and sits on the board of a charity that doesn't exist. Let's talk to the professor, Igor said. Professors like to talk. Professor Lebedev lived among books. They climbed his walls in tottering columns, paper towers that leaned strategically away from lamps. He met them in slippers, hair wild, fingers inked, eyes gentle and evasive. Foundation, he said, blinking. Yes, yes. I lent my name. It's for schools. Very worthy. Which schools? Anna asked. He smiled vaguely. In the north. Near lakes. Names. She pressed. Names. He frowned, reached for a notebook, flipped pages filled with equations and poetry quotes. His finger stopped. I never wrote them down. Who asked you to join the board? Marina, he said quickly. Such a helpful young woman. She handles everything. Does she handle your salary? He flinched. What salary? Anna turned to Igor. He doesn't know Hayes being paid. Paid? Lebedev repeated faintly. Monthly, Igor said. From accounts linked to Petrov Holdings. Lebedev sat down suddenly on a pile of journals. My God! The doorbell rang, once, twice, a third time insistently. Lebedev looked at them, panic rising. I don't get visitors. Anna moved to the side of the door, flattened herself to the wall. Igor stood where a man answering a door would. He cracked it an inch. Professor Lebedev. A muffled male voice. Smooth. Wrong. Who is it? Igor asked pleasantly. Delivery, the voice said. For what? Igor kept the door at an inch. Silence. Then the dull glint of metal slid through the gap, a snake's tongue, a wedge, thin and mean. The doorknob jerked. Igor shoved hard, pinning the wedge. Anna grabbed the professor's arm and dragged him toward the kitchen. Window, she said. Now? She pushed the sash. It squealed. Igor snapped the door shut with his shoulder and threw the bolt. A thud landed on the other side, heavy as a man's anger. Down the fire escape, Anna ordered. Move. They clattered to the alley. A cat hissed, rocketing under a dumpster. They ran to the street. Igor's car appeared like a summoned animal. Professor, you're coming with us, Igor said, breathless. And you're going to the committee under protective status. Lebedev clutched his chest. Am I a criminal? Today you're a witness, Anna said. Decide tomorrow what else you are. That night Anna walked the long way home, across a bridge where the river moved black and muscle deep. The city lights jittered on the water like coins again, like the day in the yard. She stopped in the middle, palms on the cold railing. Her phone vibrated. A message from Chernik. She asked me to meet again. She brought a photo of me holding her as a baby. I don't remember it, but I remember the shirt. Isn't that strange? She typed, memory is a house with rooms we don't open until we have to. Keep opening them. He wrote back, you. She looked at the dark water and the darker sky. I keep finding doors. Behind each one, fire. After a long minute, be careful, Anna. Same to you, she sent. Then she put the phone away and listened to the river say nothing and everything at once. Marina called at 2:11 a.m. We should meet, she said. No warrants. No theater. Public place, Anna said. Lots of witnesses. A church, Marina replied. No one listens there. They met in a nave that smelled of beeswax and rain. Candles threaded the dim with soft light. Marina looked smaller without her office around her. I don't want to be part of this anymore, Marina said without preamble. I got in for money. I'm getting out for fear. Fear of prison? Anna asked. Fear of dying before I get there, Marina said. The men who own Petrov Holdings aren't businessmen. They're a weather system. You don't negotiate with storms. Names, Anna said. Marina exhaled. I give you one. The others fall with him. Who? Alexander Petrov is a face, she said. The spine is Corson. The name sat between them like a loaded pistol. Bring me proof, Anna said. I'll bring you a ledger, Marina said. But you bring me a new name. What? A new life, Marina said. I'm done being Marina. Anna studied her. The calculus of survival had its own morality. Anna had learned not to judge people who discovered theirs late. You'll get protection. If what you bring burns. It burns, Marina said. I've carried it under my tongue for 3 years. I can taste the ash. She laughed. A candle guttered, then steadied. Anna stared at the icons, painted eyes, unblinking, and felt the old weight settle, the one that said, "Do not fail." In the morning. Igor listened with his eyes closed and his fingers steepled. Corson, he repeated. If that's true, we need walls that don't leak. We need a vault, Anna said. We need you alive, he replied. She almost smiled. That too. Her phone chimed again, a new message from Chernik, 2 words only. She hugged. Then, a minute later, I cried. She let herself lean back and close her own eyes for 3 seconds. Then she opened them and pulled the map of the warehouse district toward her, the Foundation's accounts, the photo of the dead inspector's looping signature. Fire, she thought, wasn't just flames. It was a system. Feed it oxygen, and it devoured. Cut the air, and it died. She intended to take the air. Marina chose a place no one would suspect. A children's library closed for renovation. Plaster dust drifting like quiet snow. She waited near the picture book shelves with a messenger bag clutched to her chest. No makeup, hair tucked into a knit cap, anonymity worn like armor. You came alone? Anna asked, checking the aisles, the exits, the window sidelines. I'm tired of being escorted by ghosts, Marina said, handing over the bag. If I'm making a mistake, let it be mine. Inside, 3 hard-bound ledgers, cloth covers frayed at the corners, a cheap smartphone with the SIM taped to the back, a thumb drive. Paper for the old men, digital for the young, Marina said. Cross-check them. The cash trails feed the shells. The shells feed Northlake. Northlake feeds Petrov. Petrov answers to Corson. Dates. Signatures. Anna asked, flipping pages. The handwriting was neat, almost schoolteacher tidy. Columns of numbers in a hand that did not fear arithmetic. Everything, Marina said, including the warehouse payout. They staged the failure. Inspectors dead don't sign, but their stamps can be bought if you find the drawer. The payout landed in an account that changed names twice. The second name is Kamenskaya, your warden's sister. Her cut is smaller than the rest. Family discount. Why trust me now? Anna asked. Marina looked at the blank wall where children's paintings would someday hang. Because I want to wake up and not ask myself if the elevator's going to drop. Fear is a religion here. I'm losing my faith. Anna slid the ledgers back into the bag. You'll go to ground. New phone, new flat, new name. We'll register you as a protected witness. You will not die in a hallway because someone misdialed. Marina gave a small, surprised laugh that broke into a sob she didn't let live. Do you ever sleep? When I can't help it, Anna said. Come. They left through the service door into cold daylight. The air tasted of chalk. Across the street, a white van idled too long, windows tinted, license plate clean to the point of newness. Down, Anna said, and pulled Marina back into the doorway. A second later, the van's side door slid open with the speed of a trick. A man stepped out, cap low, coat zipped, hands empty to empty. Anna kicked the doorstop. The heavy door slammed between them and the van like a shield. "Stairs," she said, shoving Marina up. Boots hit concrete outside, hard and fast. A suppressed cough, a pistol hiss, metal spitting. Plaster flared off the door like dust fireworks. On the first landing, Anna yanked her phone. Igor. Library. White van, 3 men, suppressed, in 3 minutes out, he said. "Don't be a hero." "Habit," she said, and killed the call. They burst onto the second floor. Sun cut through the unglazed windows, their breaths smoked. Anna pushed Marina behind a stack of dry wall sheets. Footsteps below. 2 men this time, moving with the caution of people who had been shot at and didn't like it. Anna flattened, hand on the pistol at the small of her back. She hadn't drawn on the street since the prison. She remembered the medblock's tiles under her cheek. She remembered the way noise becomes a hard thing you can hold. A shadow slid across the landing. The first man peered around the stairwell, gun leading his face. Anna waited until the muzzle passed the line of the wall, and then stepped out and put a round through the metal of the railing, the ricochet whining past his ear. He flinched, fired, missed. Her second shot took the handrail inches from his wrist. Pain, surprise, physics. He stumbled. The gun clattered down the steps. "Police!" Anna shouted, badge hand high, pistol steady. "Drop it or you lose more than a pistol." The second man froze, the mouth visibly running behind his eyes. Sirens bled into the background, the specific, impatient wail of unmarked cars that do not obey red lights. The first man swore, bolted down. The second followed, choosing noise over attrition. The white van screamed away from the curb, clipped a trash bin, showered the street with wrappers and glass, and was gone into noon traffic. A minute later, Igor's sedan slid against the curb like a book into a shelf. He jogged in, jacket open, breath clouding. "Ledger?" he asked. "Alive," Anna said, tapping the bag. "So is she." Marina sat on the drywall stack, shaking in that deep way you don't realize until it stops. "Move," Igor said gently. "We vault this now." The committee's secure storage was a bunker disguised as an archive. A clerk with a haircut, like a ruler, measured the ledgers with his eyes, then with a scanner, then with suspicion. "Chain of custody," Anna said, signing. "Witness transfer scheduled. Alias pending." "Understood," the clerk said, returning suspicion to his in-tray. In Igor's office, blinds down, door locked, the 3 of them, Anna, Igor, Marina, sat around the thumb drive as if it were a bomb with moral opinions. "Air-gapped machine only," Igor said, wheeling over a beige tower that belonged to another century. He inserted the drive. A folder bloomed. Spreadsheets, PDFs, scans of contracts, photos of cash ledger pages, voice memos, Marina dictating dates when hands shook too hard for pens. Anna clicked a file labeled Northlake Board. A list of payments. Lebedev's name. The gymnast. The priest. Marina. Lebedev didn't know, Anna said. They paid him to look legitimate. He thought he was lending reputation. They bought it, wholesale. "And here," Igor said, opening an audio file. A man's voice, smooth, precise. "No, not Friday. Funds clear Monday. Tell Kamenskaya to pass it through Petrov Logistics. If the inspector's nephew calls again, give him a job in Vladivostok." A pause. "Don't use my name on this line." Marina's whisper came from the speaker, months younger, obedient. "Understood, sir." "Who is sir?" Igor asked. Marina swallowed. "Corson," she said. "He never used the foam for the hard parts. Only the spine. That's his spine." "You have him speaking," Anna said. "Now we need him signing." Marina nodded to the screen. Folder stamps. Inside, scans of official stamps. Inspectorate, insurance, municipal. A note beneath each, drawer 4, box 7. Office safe go to 1704. Held by P. The P had a tiny flourish. Petrov, Anna said. He kept the keys. Coulson kept the map. Igor leaned back. This is it, Belova. It's the beginning, she said. We need a judge who doesn't play tennis with these men. I know one, Igor said. We rescued his son from a bribery sting he didn't know he was in. Favors are not courtesy, but gratitude remembers names. He picked up the phone. His tone went formal. Your Honor, this is Investigator Voronov. I require urgent warrants for addresses. 2 offices, 1 Dutcher nobody should have. Well, bring you the fireproof gloves. Dawn came late and grey. Frost silvered the hedges. Along the Dockers Drive statues looked bored and cold. The gate guards had military posture and civilian pay. They folded fast when 3 unmarked cars produced paperwork and men who didn't blink. In the house, a housekeeper shook in slippers while officers photographed rooms. Anna went straight to the study. The safe was behind a painting of a horse too heroic to live. The code was not birth dates, it was historical battles, because men who love to win often think they invented victory. The door swung open. Inside, bonds in rubber-banded stacks, passports in names that had never belonged to a living boy, to black ledgers with edges rounded from use, and a small velvet pouch. Anna opened it and felt her breath change. Inside, a ring, gold, old-fashioned, a man's ring engraved inside with M.K. and a date, 12 years dead. Kamensky's. Souvenir, Igor said, looking over her shoulder. Or leverage. Both, Anna said, and photographed it before returning it to the pouch. Bag everything. Label twice. In a side room, an office like a hotel desk, impersonal, expensive, meaningless. A single photo on the credenza, a mountain lake. The same stock image from Marina's office. Coulson hides in reflections, Anna said. He thinks mirrors make him invisible. Mirrors break, Igor said. Box it. By noon they had 3 vans worth of seizures. Files, drives, stamps in little zip pouches like pills. A shredder bin whose confetti would later be reassembled by a machine that loved puzzles. On the drive back, Anna felt the peculiar, brittle euphoria of a wire pulled taut, but not snapping. She texted Marina one word, done. Marina replied with none. The read receipt was enough. Kosun did not walk into a trap designed for lieutenants. But lieutenants stepped over lines when they thought the general was watching. That afternoon, they took Alexei Lex Gromov, logistics head for Petrov Holdings, as he entered a private gym with windows that stared at a river as if they owned it. He had the neck of a man who enjoyed giving orders to elevators. In the interview room, Lex smiled with the impatience of a man interrupted mid-rep. You're making a mistake, he told Anna. I'm a shipping consultant. You ship fire, she said, sliding the ledger across the table, open to a page with his signature in blue. And money. And tools, to move stamps from drawers to documents. Tell me about the inspectorate. Tell me about the Lake Foundation. Tell me about Coulson. Lex's smile did not move, but his eyes flashed that fast, reptile micro-twitch that says a name has weight. Never heard of him, he said. Anna pressed play on the audio. Tell Kamenskaya to pass it through Petrov Logistics. If the inspector's nephew calls again, give him a job in Vladivostok. Lex listened with the composure of a man whose lawyer had told him to compose. He shrugged. Sounds like a radio play. Then here is the program guide, Anna said, opening a folder of photos, the Dutcher safe, the passports, the stamps, the ring. And here is Act E, the dead inspector's stamp used 6 times after his funeral. Your courier's face on the bank camera, smiling like he loves direct deposits. You'll go down hard, Gromov, or you'll walk to a different door and knock. He leaned back, chair creaking. What door? Witness protection, Igor said from the corner, voice cool. Milder charge. New name. A gym where no one tries to drown you in a sauna. Lex looked at the photos again, at the ledger, at Anna. He was not loyal. He was pragmatic. Loyalty is expensive. Pragmatism pays monthly. If I talk, he said slowly, I walk. If you sing and the notes match, Anna said, you live. He stared at the table a long time. The room's air thinned to a wire. At last he nodded, once, like a man accepting a diet. I want a contract, he said. And I want to do it today. Because tonight the weather changes. Why? Anna asked. Lex's eyes flicked to the recorder, then to Igor. Because Coulson knows the library. He knows the van failed. He knows something is missing and someone is talking. He looked at Anna in a way that was not admiration, not hate, only recognition. He will clean. Then let's be first, Anna said. By evening, warrants multiplied like chess pieces. Names fell into slots. Kamenskaya Petrov, the retired inspector's nephew, who suddenly remembered a job interview in Vladivostok that had never involved a desk. Marina's statement was sealed and signed under a name that used to belong to nobody and now belonged to a living woman who would learn to answer when it was called. On the news, a polite anchor used the phrase alleged financial irregularities and smiled, as if irregularities were cute. Off camera, phones exploded. Anna walked out onto the committee's steps and breathed air that smelled like snow and exhaust and a little like victory. She texted Chernik, still opening doors. He replied, she asked me to meet her mother. A pause. I bought flowers. Not roses. Something quiet. Anna smiled, small and real. Good, she wrote. Quiet is hard to fake. Her phone rang. Unknown number. Belova, she answered. Investigator, a voice said, smooth, precise. Not a recording now. A man who assumed phones obeyed him. You took my ledgers. Coulson, she said. A soft chuckle. Names are decorations. You've moved pieces. Enjoy the moment. Weather changes. It already did, Anna said. You forgot your umbrella. Be careful on bridges, he murmured, and the line died. She stood very still, the city's noise dimming as if the world had taken a breath. Then she turned, went back inside, and started to write the plan for part 2 of the storm. Snow had thickened by midnight, falling in lazy curtains that blurred the lamps along the embankment. Anna walked fast, collar high, files in her satchel. Across the river, the Kremlin's towers glowed like teeth. Her phone buzzed. Igor, car waiting near the bridge. Don't walk. She typed back. Too late. Already halfway. That was when the van rolled out of a side street. Headlights cut. Engine to smooth. Doors slid. 3 men spilled like shadows. Anna dropped behind the stone balustrade as the first shots cracked. Suppressed, yes, but silence is a myth. Bullets slapped stone inches from her head, chips stinging her face. Belova. One shouted. Accent not local. Hired, not homegrown. Give us the bag. Anna pulled her pistol, fired to rounds low. One man stumbled, screaming. She rolled, sprinted for the arch under the bridge. Sirens in the distance, too far, too late. The second man vaulted the balustrade after her. He was fast, trained. Knife, not gun. Close combat. She let him close, feinted left, then slammed the satchel into his throat. He gagged, knife clattering, and she rammed his head against the stone until he dropped. Above, tires screamed. Igor's car fishtailed into the bridge, headlights blazing. He leaned out, firing controlled bursts. The last attacker ducked, returned fire, then fled, van squealing into snow. Anna staggered to the curb, satchel still clutched. Her hands shook from cold and adrenaline. Igor skidded to her, eyes hard. I told you I'm alive. She cut him off. So are the files. Barely, he said, scanning the river's shadows. Coulson's not bluffing anymore. He's cutting. The next morning, the news called him Father Pavel, champion of morality, guardian of traditional values. To Anna's eyes, he was a middle-aged man with perfect teeth and a watch too expensive for vows of poverty. He arrived at Petrov's trial as a character witness. He spoke of virtue, of honesty, of false accusations against good men who build our nation. In the hallway after, Anna cornered him with Igor at her flank. "Father," she said politely, "how do you explain a $200,000 transfer from Northlake Foundation to your parish construction fund 2 weeks after you blessed their board meeting?" Pavel's smile twitched, then hardened. "Our church accepts donations from the faithful. I don't question the sources." "You should," Igor said, handing over a photo, Pavel shaking hands with Petrov at the dacha. "Because the committee does." The priest's mask cracked. He tried to walk away, but Anna leaned close. "Confess to the court, Father. Or well, take your sermons and play them in front of the same parishioners who tithe their last ruble. See if they still kneel." He froze. For the first time, his eyes betrayed fear. Not of God, of losing the flock that fed him. "Talk to your lawyer," Igor said. "We'll talk again soon." Kamenskaya warden's sister, accountant by paper, laundress of money by practice. They found her in a country house with curtains drawn, suitcase half-packed. Anna entered first. Irina Andreevna Kamenskaya. The woman's hands trembled on the zipper. "I don't know anything." Anna dropped the ledger onto the bed, open to her signature. "Then why is your name here? 37 times. Tears welled. "My brother said. He said it was safe. Just paperwork. Paperwork that killed men in warehouses," Anna snapped. "That buried inspectors. That tried to bury me." Irina crumpled onto the bed. "I just moved numbers. I didn't know the blood would follow." "You knew enough to pack a suitcase," Igor said coldly. "Which means you will know enough to testify." They led her out in cuffs. Neighbors peeked from windows. Curtains twitched. Anna felt no triumph, only the cold burn of inevitability. That evening, Igor's car exploded. It happened in the underground garage beneath the committee. A pressure wave slammed Anna off her feet as she walked in. Smoke churned, alarms screamed. The black sedan burned, glass raining from the ceiling. "Igor!" she shouted, coughing, forcing through the smoke. Then his voice, rough here. He stumbled from behind a column, jacket scorched, blood on his temple. He had stepped out seconds before the blast, to light a cigarette. The habit had saved him. "They're not waiting anymore," he gasped. "This is open war." Anna gripped his shoulders. Around them, sprinklers hissed, water mixing with fire. Her pulse thundered. "Coulson wants us erased," she said. "Then we hit him first. Kosun. The name never appeared in newspapers, not on websites, not in tax registries, but it was everywhere in signatures, hidden inside contracts, in offshore wires, in the ashes of men who had dared to ask questions. "He's a ghost," Igor said, dropping a stack of photographs onto Anna's desk. No direct signature, no official title, always other people's hands. The photos were fragments: a villa on the Black Sea coast, a tall figure near the pool blurred by distance, a business forum, rows of suits, and in the far row him. The face blurred, but the posture undeniable. Anna touched the glossy surface with her fingertip. Even ghosts cast shadows. Late that night, Anna's phone buzzed. The voice that answered was gravel wrapped in silence. Belova. Her chest tightened. "Roman, I told you documents would be enough, but ghosts have long arms. They've already reached my daughter." Anna shot up from her chair. "Where is she?" "Street. Petersburg. She's safe. For now. But I know a warning shot when I see one. They want me to step out of line." "And you'll go?" A pause. "Then, I promised her once. This time I won't disappear." Anna pressed her eyes shut. "Then we walked the same wall. Together. Weeks turned into a chessboard. Every morning another coincidental phone call. A minister's assistant suddenly nervous. A banker who denied knowing Coulson but couldn't explain his trips to Cyprus. Every thread led back offshore. To Geneva. To Dubai. to ghost accounts buried inside foundations with holy names. But every thread returned to one center. Coulson. He's not just an oligarch, Igor muttered, lighting another cigarette. He's an artery. Through him the whole system breathes. Cut him, and the blood starts spilling. Anna's eyes stayed on the file. Or we bleed first. The call came on a Sunday night. A whisper of a source, promising a flash drive with the full ledger of Coulson's empire. The place, the abandoned port terminal, south of the city. The wind tore through steel chains, clanging like distant bells. Floodlights flickered. Rust stained the air. Anna kept her hand close to the holster. Igor walked at her side, silent, eyes scanning every shadow. They moved between towering containers when suddenly the floodlights blazed. Metal groaned. Containers shifted, sealing the exits. Figures spilled from the dark dozens, masks on, rifles raised. And from the center walked a man in a long coat. No mask. Tall, deliberate, with the ease of a predator who knows the cage is his. Coulson. He smiled. Lazy and cold. You thought you found me. No. I found you. The first burst of gunfire shattered the night. Suppressed, but still screaming against the steel. Bullets sparked off rusted walls. Anna and Igor dove behind a container, snow spraying as metal chipped above them. We're outnumbered 10-1. Igor shouted. Then we fight like we're worth 10. Anna snapped back, firing blindly around the corner. A figure lunged, rifle rising. Anna dropped him with 2 sharp shots. And then came a new sound. Deep, growling engines. 2 trucks burst through the gate, headlights blazing, spraying gravel. Men jumped from the sides, hard faces, prison tattoos, weapons stolen from old wars. At the front, rifle in hand, was Roman Chernik. Belova. He roared. Hold the line. The battlefield lit with crossfire. Sparks, screams, the stench of cordite. Snowflakes swirled like ash as Anna rose to fire again, and Coulson simply stood in the glow, hands behind his back, watching like a general who already knew the ending. The docks swallowed sound and gave it back sharper. Snow came slantways off the river, a curtain of silver grit that turned floodlights into halos. Gunfire snapped and ricocheted until it felt like the air itself was cracking. Right side. Igor yelled. Anna swung out from behind the blue container, sighted a muzzle flash, and shot twice. A shape folded into the snow. Another surged up. Rifle shouldered, sparks fountained as rounds chewed the metal inches above her head. Engines roared. The 2 trucks that had crashed the gate fishtailed across wet concrete, throwing light and noise like cavalry. Men jumped from the beds, moving with ugly grace, ex-cons, hard knuckles, prison ink. Their weapons were a grab bag, Kalashnikovs, sawed-off shotguns, pistols with taped grips. They spread in a shallow crescent, and the crescent began to bite. Roman Chernik hit the ground running. He didn't shout orders, he didn't need to. His people patterned off him like water off a rock. He moved the way a blade thinks, straight and without apology. Belova. He called, voice a ragged trumpet through the gun smoke. On me. Anna sprinted, sliding behind a stacked pallet as bullets stitched the air where she'd just been. Roman dropped beside her, breath fogging, eyes bright with something that wasn't fear. You pick strange places to meet, she said. You pick strange friends. He shot back, and grinned. It looked like something he had done in years. Over his shoulder, Anna saw him, the man in the long coat, tall and unbothered, watching from the mouth of an open warehouse bay. No mask, no gun, hands clasped behind his back as if reviewing a parade. Coulson. He didn't shout. He didn't flinch when a round whined past to punch a chip from the concrete near his shoe. He simply watched, and those who served him fought harder for the privilege of being seen. He's here, Anna breathed. Roman didn't look. Then the night's worth the bullets. Left flank. Someone cried. They're pushing. Anna and Roman rose as one, firing, falling, moving. She felt the deep, Familiar quiet burned through her, the focus that lived at the center of chaos. Time became a room with 3 walls she could touch, breath, trigger, step, while the 4th wall, death, stayed politely where it was. Igor slid over the hood of a forklift and landed crouched beside them. His jacket was torn, his cheek was bleeding. "We can't hold this line forever." "We don't need forever," Anna said. "Just long enough." "For what?" Roman asked. "For him to make a mistake." She didn't nod toward Corson, she didn't need to. As if he'd heard her thought, Corson lifted one hand. His men fell back 3 steps in smooth, ugly harmony. "Down," Roman snarled, dragging Anna behind the pallet. A split second later, a flare arced high and burst into icy daylight. Another screamed up, then a third, bathing the docks in pallid fire. Shadows shrank to thin knives, there was nowhere to hide. "Blind them," Igor snapped. He yanked a smoke canister from his coat, pulled the pin, and hurled it. Gray rolled from the ground like fast fog. Roman's men did the same, smoke blooming into a dirty wall. "Move," Roman barked. They moved. Through smoke and light and snow they surged, closing the distance the way hunger closes distance to bread. For the first time Anna saw a flicker in Corson's posture, not fear, not surprise, just adjustment. He lifted his hand again. A truck engine howled inside the warehouse, and a forklift lunged from the bay, forks lowered like tusks. It slammed into the stack Anna and Roman had just vacated, blasting wood into shrapnel. Anna felt splinters bite her neck. She rolled, came up kneeling, and shot the driver through the windshield. Glass spider webbed, the machine sagged to a halt, and the world roared on. On the bay, Igor shouted, "Cut him off from the cars." They pushed. Bullets hissed past like angry insects. Men shouted names, curses, prayers. Somewhere a siren began, distant, coming closer, a thin ribbon of order threading this big, bright wrong. "2 on the right," Roman snapped. He moved to take one and was suddenly checked, as if the air had turned to wire. He stumbled, gasped, and looked down. Blood bloomed low on his side, dark and urgent. "Roman," Anna grabbed his arm. He gritted his teeth, shook her off. "Later," he said. "He bleeds after." They reached the mouth of the bay. The space beyond was shadow and sharp light. A black SUV idled inside, exhaust pluming like cold breath. Another waited beyond. 2 men flanked the nearer car, rifles up low ready. Corson stood 6 meters away, composed as a metronome. At this range Anna could see the small things, the way his coat sat on his shoulders, the perfect polish on his shoes, the crease at the corner of his mouth that wasn't quite a smile and wasn't at all kind. He watched Anna, not her gun. He seemed to count her breaths. "Investigator," he said conversationally. His voice was smooth without being soft. "You keep walking into my weather." "Forecast is changing," Anna replied, breath steady. "You forgot your umbrella." He almost laughed cute. Roman took half a step forward, rifle leveled. "Get in the car," he told Corson. "Drive to the committee. Kneel and tell them everything. Or we make a funeral out of your good coat." Corson looked at Roman the way a man might glance at a stray dog idly, with the faintest interest in whether it might bite. "You're Chernik," he said. "The convict who tried to be a witness. The state put you away. Now the state wants you back." "What a polite circle." Roman smiled. "It wasn't polite. Circles are for targets." Corson raised a finger. The 2 riflemen lifted their weapons. But before they could shoot, the night split with a new sound, the blunt growl of engines approaching too fast. Tires squealed outside, brakes screamed, doors slammed, and the sirens that had been a ribbon became a sheet. Police. Not but once the sound pattern was different. You learn those things when enough nights turn bad. Corson's eyes flicked toward the dock edge. A single heartbeat of calculation. Then he stepped backward with the ease of a man leaving a meeting that had run long. Anna moved. She and Roman and Igor fired as one. The two riflemen dropped. The SUV rocked, a tire exploding. The second SUV jerked forward. A driver slumped, the vehicle slewing to a stop against a stack of barrels. Coulson did not run. He walked, quickly, but not hurriedly, into the deeper dark of the warehouse, swallowed by flare light and smoke. After him. Roman snapped, but the dark mouth exploded with blue strobe, police pouring in. And for a moment the world became a tangle of shouts and guns and uniforms, and the desperate need not to be shot by the people who had finally arrived to help. Police! Igor roared, badge held high, breath burning his throat. Committee, hold your fire. Hold your fire. The shooting stuttered, then stopped. Smoke drifted. Somewhere a man groaned. Somewhere else a man did not. When the light and noise settled enough to hear again, Coulson was gone. They found Roman leaning against a bullet, one hand clamped over his side, the snow under his boots turning the wrong color. Sit, Anna ordered. He didn't. He slid down the bollard instead, which was the same as sitting if you did it with enough stubbornness. Just a scratch, he lied. Igor knelt, ripping open a packet with his teeth. You keep lying to her, you'll find out what the truth feels like. He pressed gauze to the wound. Roman hissed. Through and through? Anna asked. Looks like it, Igor said. Low and right. You'll live to scare more gangsters. Roman's eyes found Anna's. They were bright and dark at once. Was he like you thought? Worse, she said quietly. He doesn't love power. He's bored by it. That's the dangerous kind. Roman laughed once, then winced. Bored men make hobbies of people. An ambulance nosed through the police vans like a shy animal. Medics spilled out, hands sure, voices calm. Roman tried to wave them off and it didn't let him. If you die, she said, I'll bring you back and kill you myself. Bossy, he muttered, but he didn't fight the stretcher. Igor stood, wiping blood on a handkerchief that had been white once. He stared at the warehouse mouth, where the SUV still breathed and smoke curled like old questions. He came to watch, Igor said. To count us. To let us count him. That wasn't a trap we escaped. That was a test. Anna nodded. And we passed. Or we failed exactly the way he wanted. Igor's voice was flat. Either way, he knows what we look like when we think we're winning. Blue light washed the docks. A captain began to speak in an authoritative voice that made promises about jurisdiction. Reporters were already sniffing the air. Anna tuned it all out. She watched the place where Coulson had been. The shape of him lingered like a heat signature on her mind. He didn't come to win. He came to measure. By dawn she was back at the committee, a mug of coffee cooling in her hands, clothes smelling of smoke and irony. The conference room windows showed a city turning grey to pink, the day prying itself open with cold fingers. Marina sat at the end of the table, arms wrapped around herself, as if she were the only thing keeping her from falling apart. Her eyes went to Anna's face and found the answer there before the question. You saw him, Marina said. Yes. Is he? She searched for the right word and, failing, used the wrong one. Human. Anna swallowed. He's patient. Igor dropped into a chair opposite them, set a blood-stained handkerchief down beside his file like a flag. We bagged 8. 3 of his. 5 of ours. He paused. Roman's alive. Marina's mouth trembled with relief at a name she had claimed as friend and perhaps never would, but which belonged in the set of people who were not enemies. And Coulson. Evaporated, Igor said. He knows the back doors to every building he enters. That's a habit born of decades, not days. Anna spread photos on the table, blurred frames, muzzle flash, the hard angle of a jaw above a black coat. He let us see him, she said. That's harder to fight than a man who hides. A man who hides can be smoked out. A man who is seen only when he chooses he is the smoke. Marina pressed her lips together. Then you don't fight the smoke. You fight the room. Anna looked at her. Marina looked small and exhausted, but there was still under the fear. Months of running had not bent her in the way Corson liked his tools to bend. "Okay," Anna said. "The room." Igor lit a cigarette and remembered the sign on the wall that said no smoking. He didn't stop. We flipped one of his pillars. The priest, the professor, the accountant, any of the fronts won't scare him. He has fronts to spare. We need a lieutenant. We had Lex Gromov, Anna said. He started to sing. And then? Marina whispered. And then his lawyer called at 2 a.m. to say Lex had decided to reconsider cooperation. Igor exhaled smoke that looked very much like a curse. By reconsider, he meant he vanished. Dead? Marina asked. Disappeared, Anna said. Which is worse? Dead men tell no tales. Disappeared men make people wonder if tales get you disappeared. Marina stared at her hands. I'll testify again. I'll sign again. You've done enough for today, Anna said. What you brought us last week still bleeds. Igor leaned forward. There's another angle. We have a mole. The room cooled a few degrees. Anna didn't say, "Are you sure?" She only said, "How deep?" Deep enough to warn Lex and move trucks. Deep enough to know the port before we did. Marina's fingers tightened on her elbows. If there's a mole, then nobody speaks to nobody off paper, Igor said. No phones. No favors. We tighten until it hurts. Anna nodded, then shook her head. And while we tighten, he moves. Igor's half-smile had no humor. He already moved. He slid a photo across. It showed a woman in a wool coat, walking a small dog past a bakery. Her hair was pinned up. Her scarf was red. Her face was familiar in a way that makes you check your own reflection to make sure you're not mistaken. Kamenskaya, Anna said. Irina Andreevna, Igor confirmed. Sister to the warden, proxy signatory for Petrov, receipt of funds from Northlake. She's packing to leave the country. We have her statement, Marina said. She cried. She signed. She cried, Igor agreed. She signed. And then she remembered fear. The new ticket is for tomorrow. We pick her up now, Anna said. We do, Igor said. But not at home. Where? Igor slid another photo. The same woman, different day, stepping out of a church. Father Pavel at the door, hand on her sleeve, his smile a priestly benediction that looked a lot like a leash. The priest thinks God doesn't see around corners, Igor said. Let's show him a corner, Anna replied. They took her in the nave because Anna refused to make a spectacle on the steps. The church smelled of wax and old wood icons watched with the tired patience of saints who have seen too much politics draped in piety. Irina Kamenskaya stood before the candles, head bowed, lips moving. When Anna touched her elbow, she started, as if jerked awake from a sleep that wasn't restful. Irina Andreevna, Anna said softly. It's time. Irina's eyes filled so quickly it could almost have been called talent. I told you everything, she whispered. I signed. You packed, Anna said. It's the packing that makes me nervous. Irina's gaze twitched past Anna's shoulder. Father Pavel stood 10 meters away, hands folded, expression carved from benevolent marble. Anna could smell his cologne over the incense, expensive, incongruous. Father, she said without turning, God loves the truth. The committee loves tape recorders. She nodded to Igor, who lifted a small recorder and pressed play. Pavel's voice, warm and public. These men do much good for our community. Pavel's voice, low and private. Make the transfer after the feast day. The account in Cyprus. Yes, the one we discussed. Don't say the name here. Color drained from the priest's face. He did not move. He did not blink. Anna was almost impressed. You think this is a courtroom? He murmured. No, Anna said. Just a place for confessions. Irina swayed. I don't want to go to prison. Then don't, Anna said, and meant both everything and nothing. Come with us. Don't run. Don't lie again. Don't make me find you a third time. Irina's mouth trembled. She nodded, a small, frightened bird of a movement. All right. Good, Anna said. Let's go. As they turned, Pavel spoke again, very softly, very calm. You won't touch my church. Anna didn't look back. Your church will decide whether to touch you. Back at the committee, the world shrank to a list: interview rooms, signatures, chain of custody logs, medic reports, statements refined until they could stand in a storm. Roman was somewhere 2 floors down, stitched, sedated, refusing to be horizontal long enough to heal. Marina was in a spare office with a blanket and a warm cup and eyes that saw all the doors at once. Anna stood at a window and watched snow slow the city's urgency. The glass was cold through her sleeve. The reflection in it made her look older than last week. Her phone buzzed. Not a call. A message. 2 words: missed me. No number. No name. Just the ache in her gut and the certainty like frost. She typed, "You lose men. I keep mine." The 3 dots blinked. Then, "You're not hunting me. I'm training you." Anna stared at the words until they stopped being words and became a wire stretched tight inside her rib cage. Igor came to stand beside her. "He texted you." She nodded. "What did he say?" "That he's training me." Igor blew smoke toward the ceiling. "Then learn faster than he teaches." Anna's reflection looked back at her in the glass. Her face was pale, eyes dark, jaw set. She looked like a woman who had traded childhood for a badge, and then traded the badge for a war and could not trade back. She turned away from the window. "We take the room," she said, echoing Marina. "Not the smoke." "How?" Igor asked. "We stop playing defense," Anna said. "We hit his money and his calendar at once. We pull his meetings into the light and salt the earth around his accounts. We make the people who feed him hungrier for mercy than money. We don't let him measure us anymore." Igor nodded once. "Then we need a judge who won't flinch, a banker with a conscience, and a very loud microphone." Anna allowed herself the briefest smile. "I'll start with the judge." "And I," Igor said, grinding out his cigarette, "will start with the mole." The day moved forward, inexorable. Files traveled. Doors opened and closed. Somewhere, in a house with very good locks and very poor love, a man in a long dark coat looked at his watch and smiled. The courthouse was to clean. Marble steps scrubbed until they gleamed, corridors echoing with the hollow footsteps of people who carried paper heavier than conscience. Anna walked them like a soldier in civilian clothes, folder under her arm, scarf wound too tight. She knew the drill, always know the drill. You don't walk into a lion's den with fear in your eyes. You walk with facts sharp enough to cut through velvet. Judge Volkov sat in chambers like a man carved from oak, broad, heavy, immovable. His desk was a mountain of files, his eyes were dark caves in which verdicts lived before they were spoken aloud. "Investigator Belova," he said, tasting her name like wine he wasn't sure had aged well. "You come with urgency." "I come with necessity," Anna corrected. She slid the folder onto his desk, opened it, let the contents bleed across the polished wood: photos, statements, bank records, the new testimony of Irina Kamenskaya. Volkov studied a page. He turned another. His silence stretched until the room itself seemed to lean in. "You want warrants," he said finally. "On property, on movement, on communications. You want them yesterday, yes. Against whom?" Anna met his eyes. "Coulson." The word landed like a dropped knife. For a heartbeat Volkov's face betrayed something: hesitation, maybe fear. Then the mask returned. "You know what you ask," he said. "I know what happens if I don't." He leaned back, fingers steepled. "Coulson has friends. Not in cheap places. If I sign, I invite a storm." Anna stepped closer. Her voice was low, deliberate. "With respect, Your Honor, the storm is already here. You can either be the judge who hid from it, or the judge who stood in the open and told it to sit down." Volkov looked at her as if measuring whether she was steel or only the sound of it. Then he sighed, a sound heavy enough to bend the air. "You'll have your warrants. But remember, investigator law is a double-edged sword. It cuts the hand that swings it if the grip slips." "I'll keep my grip," Honor said. He signed. Each stroke of his pen was a drumbeat in a worn, no longer silent dot in the committee building. Igor worked like a surgeon, cutting rock from bone. His office was stripped down, just a desk, a lamp, and the ashtray had filled 3 times already. A corkboard on the wall bore strings and faces every guard, clerk, and analyst who had touched the Corson case in the last 6 months. "Everyone's a suspect until proven boring," he muttered. He ran call logs, traced document leaks, cross-checked duty rosters with the timing of enemy moves. The pattern was there, it always was, but hidden like veins under skin. Then he saw it. Twice, hours before operations moved. Encrypted calls had been routed through an internal line. An analyst named Oleg Dernin, quiet, meticulous, the kind of man no one noticed. Perfect camouflage. Igor lit another cigarette, exhaled through his teeth. "Hello, little rat." He didn't storm. He waited. Rats showed themselves better when they thought the cheese was untouched. At 23:17, Oleg entered the records room. Alone. Igor followed, silent as a rumor. The analyst was bent over a file drawer, phone cupped against his ear. His voice was a whisper, but microphones didn't need volume, only truth. "Yesport raid failed, but she's pressing judge signed this morning. No, I don't think she knows Igor's gun was at the back of his skull before the sentence finished." "Wrong," Igor said. "She knows." Oleg froze. The phone slipped from his hand and clattered against the tile. Igor smiled thinly. "And now I do to dock by the next morning." Corson's accounts were bleeding. Judge Volkov's warrants had frozen transfers from to banks. Irina Kamenskaya's testimony had tied Father Pavel to 3 front companies, and Oleg Dernin sat in a locked room, pale as paper, waiting to decide whether to betray his master or himself. Anna watched the updates roll across her desk like dominoes finally tipping. Each move was a victory, but victories made predators hungrier. Her phone buzzed again. No number. No name. Just words. "Cut my strings, and you'll see what dances without them." Anna closed her eyes for one breath, then another. The war was no longer shadows. It was open ground. The room was cold on purpose. Concrete walls, steel table bolted to the floor, a single chair on either side. No windows. The kind of room where time lost its shape, where men learned how fragile their own breath could sound. Oleg Dernin sat hunched forward, fingers twitching against each other. His glasses slid down his nose, but he didn't dare lift his hands to fix them. Sweat beaded at his hairline, though the air was sharp with chill. Across from him sat Igor. No tie, sleeves rolled to the elbows, cigarette glowing between 2 fingers. He looked less like an interrogator and more like a man who'd stopped pretending. He wasn't tired of human lies. "You've been useful," Igor said calmly, flipping through a thin file that contained the summary of Oleg's career, dull until it wasn't. 7 years in this building. Punctual. Quiet. A ghost in the background. I almost admire it. Oleg licked his lips. "You don't know what you mean." Igor's smile was thin, predatory. "Then let's skip the foreplay." He tossed a recorder onto the table. Pressed play. Oleg's own voice filled the room, tinny but unmistakable. "Judge signed this morning. No, I don't think she knows." The analyst flinched as if struck. "See," Igor leaned in, smoke curling from his mouth. "The thing about whispers is, walls hear better than people." "I was forced," Oleg stammered. "They found me. My wife, she or..." Igor's tone sharpened. "Always the wife. Or the children. Or the debt. No one ever says, I chose. But you did. You opened the door. You invited the wolf inside." Oleg's hands trembled. "If I didn't, they would've killed you." Igor cut in. "Maybe. Or maybe they just promised." Fear is cheaper than bullets. He tapped Ash onto the table. Listen, Oleg. I'm not here to hear your excuses. I'm here for names, routes, money trails. You give me the map. Maybe you walk out of here breathing. Oleg swallowed hard. His glasses finally slid off his nose, clattering against the steel. He didn't pick them up. His blurred eyes darted across the table, searching for mercy in a man who'd burned that word out of his dictionary long ago. I can give you numbers, Oleg whispered. Accounts in Cyprus, Panama. Codes they use for transfers. But call some you don't touch him. He touches you. Igor stubbled out the cigarette, leaning close enough that Oleg could smell the smoke on his skin. Then it's time we touched back. The retaliation came by morning. Not a bullet, not a bomb. Corson preferred subtler blades. Anna was driving to headquarters when her phone vibrated. A message, no sender. She opened it and nearly slammed the brakes. A photo. Her mother, standing outside the small bakery she worked at in Moscow, smiling, carrying a paper bag of bread. Ordinary, except for the red dot glowing faintly on her shoulder, the mark of a laser sight. Beneath the photo, a single line of text, you hunt moles. I hunt roots. Anna's vision tunneled. For a moment she couldn't breathe. Then training note, survival took over. She pulled into a side street, engine idling, hands gripping the wheel until her knuckles whitened. She dialed Igor. He answered on the second ring. Talk. They have my mother. Silence, heavy as iron. Then, where? Anna forwarded the photo. Igor cursed under his breath. Message received. Coulson's telling us he knows your veins. Hell cut them if we push too far. I can't stop, Anna whispered. Not now. No one's asking you to. But understand this is the price. Hell hurt what you love, not what you guard. Anna's eyes burned, but her voice steadied. Then we move faster. Before he thinks he can pull the trigger. Anna did not drive to her mother's bakery. That's how people died, rushing to the point of fear. She called a number shed, memorized, and hoped she would never use. Unit White, the voice said, crisp, unadorned. This is Belova. Immediate protective extraction. Civilian female, age 58. Urban storefront. Threat is live surveillance with potential kinetic escalation. Address. She gave it, then added, no lights, no sirens, no uniforms. 2 cars, 1 decoy. Assume eyes on sight. 8 or 9 minutes. Anna parked 3 blocks away and watched the street through the rearview mirror. The bakery's bell jingled, the way it had since her childhood. A couple walked out, laughing, a paper bag steaming in the cold. 2 boys stamped snow from their shoes and rushed inside as if hunger were a game they were winning. A white delivery truck rolled past and paused, just long enough to block the bakery's windows from the street. At the same time, a grey sedan slipped to the curb. 2 plainclothes stepped out. One entered the bakery. One leaned on the corner lamppost and lit a cigarette he did not intend to smoke. Anna's fingers dug crescents into the leather of the wheel. The door opened. Her mother appeared, smiling, adjusting her scarf until the plainclothes agent said her name. The smile faltered. She looked up and saw the grey sedan, the white truck, the stranger on the lamp post, who wasn't a stranger at all. Her mother's eyes searched the street the way mothers search instinctively for daughters they can't see and still somehow expect to find. For one hot second, Anna almost stepped out of the car, almost threw the plan for the relief of a hug. She didn't. The agent guided her mother toward the truck. The delivery door slid open to reveal a second sedan inside a car, inside a box, inside a city. Her mother climbed in. The door slid shut. The truck pulled away. The man at the lamppost flicked his unlit cigarette into the snow, then crossed to the bakery and bought bread for a family he did not have. The grey sedan drove the other direction. Anna let herself breathe for the second time that morning. Her phone rang. She's safe, the team lead reported. Routed to safe address. Your name wasn't used. She knows only that there's a credible threat and that she has to trust us. Thank you, Anna said. The gratitude felt dangerous. She hung up before it could grow roots. She texted Igor, extracted. No heat. Moving. He replied, good. Come in by the south garage. And don't bring your heart. Hell, aim for it again. She stared at the screen. Then she put the car in gear and told herself she had no heart to bring. The committee building smelled wrong even before she saw the smoke. It was a thin smell, almost elegant, burning plastic and synthetics, the smoky bite of electronics dying. The south garage gate lifted. She drove in and saw a curl of grey ghost across the ceiling near the service elevator. She killed the engine. Igor. No answer. She ran to the elevator, hit the button twice, then 3 times, as if summoning could be forced. The doors slid open and smoke breathed out like a sigh from an old man. Stairs, she told herself. Always stairs. On level 2 the smoke thinned to a haze. On level 3 it sharpened and carried voices calm, quick, trained. She reached the landing and pushed into a corridor lined with glass, offices and fluorescent light. The ceiling speakers were alive with the grandmother voice of the building. An incident has been detected on level 4. Please proceed to the nearest exit. Do not use the elevators. This is not a drill. Firefighters in dark suits and pale helmets swept past her, dragging hose, faces already glazed with sweat. A clerk coughed in the doorway, paper clutched to his chest like a child. Someone laughed a short, hysterical burst that ended in a sob. Anna moved against the flow. Toward level 4. Investigator. A firefighter snapped, catching her sleeve out. Records on 4, she said. Ongoing operation. The mole. She flashed her badge into his visor. I'm not here to be brave. I'm here to be fast. He swore the way good men do when duty and sense collide. 2 minutes, he said. On my count. They went together. Up the stairs. Into a corridor that looked like a dream of a corridor, everything blurred. Edges soft. Light strobing behind smoke. The heat was worse here. Not a war but a language she remembered from other fires. Server room, she said, and the firefighter nodded. They turned left. The door ahead belched smoke from its seems like a bad promise. The firefighter touched the handle, hissed, then swung his tool and broke the lock. Heat rolled out, singeing hair. Inside, rows of black racks blinked their tiny, indifferent eyes. Half were dead, lights gone. A tongue of flame licked along a cable tray on the ceiling, bright and hungry. Feed, the firefighter said into his radio. We're on 4. Server room east. Live fire. Rolling water. Sprinklers woke late, but they woke hissing like snakes cut into 1,000 pieces. Water needled the room. The flame shrieked, diminished, then crawled backward like a sulking animal. Anna moved along the aisle, counting silently. The protected rack was where it should be, behind another door, its own little bunker. She swiped her card, typed a code with fingers that wanted to shake, and pulled the handle. The air inside was cool. The drives hummed like a sanctuary choir. Redundant power held. The mirrored array blinked a slow, steady pulse. She exhaled. Someone had tried to cook the building. But someone else, their own paranoid engineers, had planned for kitchens. A thought struck her hard enough to sway her body. The fire wasn't to erase everything. It was to erase something. Something specific. Something someone thought lived here and nowhere else. She span. Dernin, she said. Oh look, the firefighter asked. Interrogation rooms, she said, and ran. Oleg Dernin was gone. The camera in the interrogation hall showed him slumped at the table, as if exhausted, then abruptly straightening and pressing two fingertips into the underside of the chair. A relay clicked, the cuff unlocked. He stood, looked straight into the lens with eyes that were suddenly steady, and smiled like a bad coin. He opened the door with a keycard no one had given him and walked into a hall already fogging with smoke. He turned left, then right, then left again. He did not hesitate. He had the map, Igor said, hands braced on the back of Anna's chair as they watched the playback in the control room. His voice was so calm it frightened her more than shouting would have. Either he studied it, or someone drew it for him. Exit? Anna asked. Service corridor to the loading dock, the tech answered. Cameras blanked their heat, killed the line. Anna was already moving. Dock. They ran. Past coughing staff and shouting firefighters. Past a wall where the paint blistered and peeled like skin. Down a corridor that smelled like old oil and new fear. At the loading dock, a bay door stood half open, teeth of winter gnawing at the gap. Tire tracks cut the damp dust fresh, straight, purposeful. Vehicle? Anna asked. The guard posted there a young man whose face was the wrong color and whose hands could not find stillness. Courier van, he said. I thought there was smoke. He had a badge, he said. It's done, Igor said curtly. Sound the lockdown. Alarms changed pitch. Steel shutters rumbled into place above every exterior door with the slow dignity of drawbridges. It felt like closing a barn after wolves had already taken the fall. Durnin wasn't the plan, Anna said, breath clouding in the dock's raw air. He was the bonus. The plan was to teach us we can't keep what we catch. Igor looked at her sideways. You always were quick. Not quick enough, she said. They regrouped in the war room. Whiteboards, maps, screens showing traffic feeds and bank flows and the restless, pixelated heartbeat of a city pretending to be calm. The fire had been contained to one corridor and the server room shell. The protected arrays held. No mission data lost, some hard copies charred. To staff in hospital, none dead. On paper, a near miss. In the hallways, a lesson. Your locks are jokes. Your badge is a suggestion your walls resist until they don't. Irina Kamenskaya had made it through the evacuation, clinging to a foil blanket and a kitchen rosary. She had not run. Marina had shepherded her like a tired shepherd who hated her flock and loved them anyway. Anna stood, palms flat on the table, and laid out the equation. He hit 3 points at once. My mother, our servers, our mole. He told me where it hurts, tried to erase what remembers, and reclaimed what talks. That's not rage. That's arithmetic. Igor nodded slowly. So we changed the math. How? We stopped thinking in lines, he said. Start thinking in circles. Marina frowned. What does that mean? It means we trap him with his calendar, Anna said, the thought taking shape as she spoke it. Men like Corson move on schedules, flights, closed-door meetings, handshakes that never happen in daylight. They hide their money behind people, but their bodies have to be somewhere. Marina's eyes sharpened. He uses the Mountain Lake office as a motif. Charity boards, conferences. The symposium next week in Prague. Northlake Foundation is a sponsor. Igor's mouth tugged. And guess who's on the poster as a keynote donor under a euphemism long enough to be camouflage? Petrov, Anna said. Petrov, Igor confirmed. Out on bond, traveling because the court allowed it. Think of him as a messenger pigeon in a good suit. Anna felt the pulse of it, an answer not yet tested, but begging for air. We don't chase the ghost, she said. We shadow the pigeon. Petrov will lead us to Corson, not to a signature, to a room. And in that room we bring light. Jurisdiction? Marina asked. We bring it with us, Igor said. Volkov's warrants get us halfway. We'll need the rest from the checks. I know a liaison who hates corruption more than he loves sleep. Anna exhaled. It wasn't relief. It was direction. Then we plan, she said, hard, quiet, fast. The next hours were the opposite of dramophones on landlines, emails on air-gapped machines, the old, low-tech craft that wins wars. Modern toys talk too loudly to fight. Volkov reviewed and extended the warrants to cover associated travel, encrypted devices, and custodial seizures, in cooperation with foreign law enforcement. The liaison in Prague, stoic, pale-eyed, with the dull humor of a man who knows how long justice takes, promised a local team that could be invisible until it had to be iron. Marina assembled the front company backdrop like a stage manager who knew which props would fool the house: legitimate NGO invitations, hotel blocks, airport pickups that were real enough to pass a glance and false enough to pass a tail. Her hands shook only twice. She did not let anyone see. Roman refused discharge. He arrived limping, stitches pulling, a medic swearing at his back. "I'm not staying home while you chase the dragon," he informed Honor. "It's not noble to bleed on my floor," she said without looking up. "I'll bleed on the carpet," he replied, wincing into a chair. Adds character. He listened as the plan unfurled and smiled in that sideways way that said he liked to gamble precisely because it told the truth about the gambler. "Petrava's bait," he said. "Cruel, elegant, necessary," Honor answered. "We follow his radius, not his face." The limo company, the hotel loading dock, the security firm that sweeps rooms, they'll all be locals check hires. But the man giving orders will not be. He'll be there to make sure the local hires don't open the wrong door. Roman's eyes met hers. "And when he opens it, we close it," she said. When night came, it came gently, as if the city were too tired to fight. Snow hung in the air without landing. The committee's building hummed with a quiet that was not peace so much as intermission. Anna stepped into a stairwell to make the one call she had denied herself all day. Her mother answered on the second ring. "Anya?" The voice tugged at something she had tried to cut away. "Mama, they brought me to a flat. Very clean." "To clean," her mother said. "The man here made soup. It tastes like the army." Anna laughed, a small, broken sound. "Eat it anyway." "I did," her mother said. "They tell me not to worry. I tell them that is not how worrying works." "I know," Anna said. "I'm sorry." "For what?" "For being brave." The older woman's tone sharpened. "Don't you dare apologize for that. Your father used to say, I remember," Anna whispered. "There are things more important than fear." A breath on the line. "Good girl. Do what you must. I will pretend not to worry. We will both be liars. Get some sleep," Anna said. "You too," her mother replied, and they both laughed at the impossibility. Anna ended the call and stood very still with the phone against her chest until the stairwell felt less like a confession booth and more like concrete. The team moved in pieces. No group photos, no goodbyes. Igor flew first official cover. Legitimate meetings. Marina's second private travel, NGO cloak. Roman was freight, no names, no bookings, a neighbor's car that never crossed a border while he rode a train that did. Anna left last, at dawn, as the city yawned snow and pale light and pretended nothing had burned the day before. On the tarmac, the wind bit the hinges of the small government jet. She climbed the stairs, turned once, and saw Moscow thrown wide like a map she had walked for years. Alleys of danger, boulevards of power, narrow streets where bread smelled like childhood and lasers like threat. She did not wave. She did not promise. She sat, buckled in, and took out the folder with Volkov's signatures and the thin, grainy photo of a man in a long coat who liked to stand at the edge of rooms and measure. "Prague," Igor said from across the aisle. "Rooms," Anna said, and closed her eyes. As the plane rotated and the ground fell away, a message landed on her phone, delivered in that sliver of time when towers still reach and clouds haven't learned your name. Training continues. New city, same lesson. No number, no name. Anna turned the screen face down, let the message burn her palm, and decided the lesson would end in a language only one of them would understand. The plane touched down on Vyclav Airport under a sky the color of tarnished brass. Snowflakes drifted without pattern, as if the city itself refused to commit to winter. Anna sat with her coat still buttoned, the folder balanced on her knees, and told herself to breathe like an ordinary traveler. "Welcome to Prague," Igor said quietly as the cabin door hissed open. "Keep your eyes straight. The city is old, but the walls still listen." She nodded. Every place where money moved, like water and secrets pooled in the shadows, was the same. Different architecture, same sickness. At customs, their covers held. NGO conference for Marina checked. Official liaison work for Igor checked. Anna traveled on a passport linked to a cultural foundation, a neatly constructed identity with a work history so boring it discouraged questions. Roman had entered hours before by train, walking past border guards with the limp of an injured man who looked like trouble, but not worth paperwork. Prague unfolded outside like a puzzle of stone and light. Baroque facades rose in quiet pride, spires stabbed the sky, trams whispered along rails that gleamed with melted snow. Tourists clutched paper cups of mulled wine and snapped photographs of things they did not understand. Behind the postcards, Anna felt the pulse of something older, heavier. Cities held memory the way bodies held scars. Prague's scars were simply carved in Gothic script. Headquarters, Igor said, as their driver turned down a narrow street in the Malstrana district. The car stopped before a building whose windows mirrored the river. Neutral on the outside, reinforced within. Inside, Stoic the Czech liaison waited. He had pale eyes, cropped hair, and the calm gravity of a man who had seen corruption up close and decided to hate it with his whole life. "You are here for the conference," he said without expression. "That is what we will tell anyone who asks. Behind that, you are ghosts. Ghosts do not get photographed." Roman leaned against the wall, arms folded, smirking faintly. "Ghosts don't limp either," he muttered. Stoic ignored him. He set a folder on the table. Photographs, schedules, maps. At the center, Petrov, smiling like a man who believed his sins had expiry dates. "He arrives tomorrow morning," Stoic said. "Officially for the symposium. Unofficially," his mouth twisted. "He is not clever. He will lead you where you want to go if you let him think he is free." "Where will he stay?" Anna asked. "The Grand Bohemia," Stoic replied. "A palace with too many mirrors. Easy to watch, easy to get lost in. Corson has used it before fundraisers, private dinners, meetings with men who wear suits like armor." "Security?" Igor asked. "Local firm," Stoic said. "Legitimate on paper. Half their staff paid under the table. Watch for uniforms without names. Those are Corson's." Anna looked at the photo of the hotel arched windows, marble lobby, chandeliers like cages of light. A place built to flatter egos and hide knives. "Rooms with no corners," she murmured. Roman's eyes flicked to her. "What does that mean?" "Rooms designed so you can't stand with your back safe," Anna said. "Every angle exposed. It's how they build palaces when kings expect betrayal." "Then it fits," Igor said. Petrov's arrival was theater. A black Mercedes glided to the hotel entrance. Petrov emerged in a coat 2 sizes too luxurious for his frame, flanked by men who looked like accountants until you saw their hands. He shook the manager's hand, smiled for the cameras, and lifted his phone before the flashbulbs had dimmed. Anna watched from across the street, a tourist's camera slung around her neck. The lens wasn't recording cobblestones, it was recording reflections in glass. To shadows inside already, she whispered into her throat mic. "Balcony level, left wing." Roman's voice came soft and amused. "Petrov's nervous. He keeps touching his tie. Men do that when they're waiting for approval." "From who?" Marina asked. Anna already knew. The man Petrov waited for didn't need to arrive with noise. He would enter quietly, through service doors or tunnels, and the room would change shape around him. "Don't look for Corson," Igor said, his tone flat. "Look for the absences. The places where people stop moving." Hours passed. Petrov dined in the gilded restaurant, laughed too loudly, took calls in the lobby where anyone could see him. He performed the role of a man too important to hide. But every performance has a stage hand. At midnight, Petrov rose and crossed the lobby to the elevators. He did not look back. He did not need to. The two shadows from the balcony followed, merging with him like parentheses, closing around a sentence. Anna lowered her camera. "Hay's not the center," she said. "Hay's punctuation." "And what's the sentence?" Roman asked. "Well, find out when the author arrives," Anna replied. The next evening, the Grand Bohemia swelled with conference guest donors, academics, polished bureaucrats with polite lies polished smoother by wine. Music curled through the air, strings and piano. Waiters in black carried trays of glasses that trembled with light. Anna moved among them in a dress borrowed from Marina, hair swept back, heels low enough to run in. She smiled when spoken to and forgot faces as soon as she turned away. Her eyes worked faster than her tongue. Petrov was at the bar, talking too loudly again. His bodyguards scanned the room with eyes that pretended to be bored. Marina whispered through the comms. "Signal intercept confirms. Petrov has a midnight meeting. Location off-site. Driver already on call. Destination?" Igor asked. "Encrypted," Marina replied. "But our friends in telecom are chewing it. We'll have coordinates before the wheels roll." Anna's heart beat steady. The plan was simple on paper. Let Petrov lead, tail the convoy, document the handoff, identify Coulson. In practice, simplicity was a lie. At 11:42, Petrov left the bar. His bodyguards closed around him. They moved toward the side exit. The car was waiting, engine soft, windows black. Anna stepped into the lobby just as the group passed. Her eyes swept the mirrors, the chandeliers, the doors. And then she saw its absence, just as Igor had said. At the far end of the lobby, a corner where no one stood. Too empty to care for. And in that emptiness, a figure half in shadow, coat collar turned, head inclined, as if listening to music no one else could hear. Her stomach tightened. She couldn't see his face. She didn't need to. "Coulson," she whispered. The comms went silent. The figure didn't look at Petrov. He watched the room the way a conductor hears silence before he lifts the baton. Not hiding. Choosing where not to be seen. Anna drifted, using a pillar as cover. The mirrors gave her a slivered view, clean line of jaw, hair swept back, a coat that fit like a decision. The face from the dock only now the light loved him. "Confirm," Igor murmured. "Confirm," Anna breathed. Corner by the north colonnade. No escorts within arm's reach. His guards are the absence. "Decision time," Roman said. "Follow the pigeon or pin the hawk." "Split," Anna said instantly. Roman, tail Petrov. Marina feeds you the route as it decrypts. Igor, float if Coulson moves, you shadow. Or hold the lobby. No debate. Good teams argue later. Petrov's convoy slid into the night. Roman ghosted it, a coat folded over his arm, a tourist finishing a late cigarette as he stepped into a waiting car to ranks back. Marina's voice guided him in a steady drip. Left on rotten hold to cars, next turn Planjerskovo and Mesty switched to the tram lane now. In the lobby, the music climbed. A waiter offered Anna champagne. She took it, didn't drink. Her eyes never left the corner. Coulson moved. Not toward the doors, toward the elevators. No rush. A man on schedule. Anna crossed at a diagonal, letting a group of donors be her camouflage. As the elevator opened, he stepped in. She reached the doors as they began to close and did the rudest, safest thing. She put her hand in the gap. Metal hesitated, sighed, reopened. He looked at her. First time. The effect was physical, like cold water over the scalp. "Thank you," she said, flat, as if she belonged here. "Of course," he replied, voice low and smooth, the same voice that had told her to be careful on bridges. They stood with a polite distance between them as the doors sealed. Mirrors haloed them into infinity. "Conference?" he asked lightly. "Sadly," she said. A ghost smile. "I find them restful. So much talk, so little consequence." The elevator hummed upward. Anna felt her pulse and made it quiet. "Don't talk too much." Don't let him own the air. Rest is a luxury, she said. I prefer conclusions. Conclusions are untidy, he said. His eyes never quite touched hers, skimming, gauging, filing. What do you conclude, Ms. Vera? She lied with the name on her badge. Vera, he repeated, tasting it like he had time to decide if he would remember. And what do you do when conclusions disagree with your preferences? I change my preferences, she said. He almost laughed. The elevator chimed. Floor 8. He stepped out, she stepped with him, as if they shared a destination. Along the corridor, two men in hotel maintenance uniforms stood too still. Not locals, too much gym, not enough floor polish. Good evening, one said in Czech, eyes on Corson. The subtext was clean. We're here. Corson didn't break stride. Good evening, he returned in better Czech than theirs. He turned down a short hall that ended in double doors of smoked glass. A plaque read, Private Salon. He paused at the threshold and looked back, not at the guards. At her. Do you prefer corners, Vera? He asked. I prefer exits, she said, wise. The door opened from inside. Warm light spilled over his shoulder, voices. The soft clink of a single glass, not a party, a meeting. He stepped through. A guard slid to block. Polite smile. Private, madam. Anna held his gaze 1 second too long, as if weighing whether to push. She didn't. She pivoted, heels whispering against carpet, and walked away with the tourist's unhurried curiosity. Status? Igor asked. Hayes in a private salon, 8th floor, 2 externals, at least 1 inside, she said. He clocked me. Not as me yet. As a variable. Keep being a variable, Igor said. Roman's update incoming. Roman tailed Petrov through Prague's winter arteries, along the Vltava, up past the National Theatre, east to a grid of narrow streets where embassies slept with one eye open. Petrov's Mercedes drifted into an underground garage below, a 19th-century building with views priced for men who didn't see prices. Coordinates sent, Marina said. Property registered to a trust owned by a trust owned by nothing. Door watchers? Roman asked. 2, Marina said. Local firm. Third man on the alley with a thermos. Don't let the thermos fool you. Roman's driver eased past and parked 3 doors down. Roman got out with the awkward care of a man whose stitches had opinions. A tram screeched by, a blessing of noise. Roman moved. Alley, shadow. The thermos man looked left at the tram and never saw the hand that took the thermos, the knee that buckled his leg, the whisper sleep, paired with a forearm that knew the exact weight of arteries. Roman reached the service door and found it, expecting a key fob. He had a different key. Thin steel, patience. Click. Inside, a service corridor smelling of stone and detergent. He climbed. 2nd level, Marina guided. Suite to be. There's an internal hall that bypasses the lobby. Hell, use it. Roman reached a half-open door and stilled. Voices bled through. Petrov's nasal bravado and another dry, amused, cruel in the way boredom becomes cruelty. Not Corson. A lieutenant. Roman slid the phone into the crack. Camera on, mic live. He sent the stream doc back at the Czech HQ. Anna and Igor watched the room bloom on screen. A salon without corners, indeed curved walls, heavy drapes, a table with 3 chairs, 1 empty, as if left for a man who would not sit. Petrov sat small in an overlarge chair opposite him, a silver-haired man with a banker's tan and a soldier's necktied with a cufflink. Funds are paused, Petrov was saying, bluster cracking. Temporary. Well clear that funds are paused because children played with fire, the silver-haired man said. And then some very diligent people brought water. Your job was to prefer stone to straw. You built with straw. I did what I was told, Petrov snapped. The man said. The anthem of the mediocre. Anna leaned in. Stoic stepped forward. Miroslav Havelka. Czech national. Old money rebranded as new logistics. He launders for 3 families and himself. Will he lead to? The door opened. A third man entered without announcement, without apology. He removed his gloves like a surgeon, unhurried, focused, bored. Coulson. Anna didn't feel her own breath until she had to. Petrov sprang up. Alexander, sit, Coulson said, and Petrov obeyed his own name in another man's mouth. Havelka didn't rise. He smiled like a wolf who had learned etiquette. You bring storms to my city, Alexander. I bring seasons, Coulson said. Storms are for men who lack calendars. He took the empty chair and didn't lean back. Petrov, you will leave tomorrow. You will forget philanthropy for 6 months. You will live in a place where no one knows your face. If you open your mouth to a mirror, I will break the mirror. Petrov swallowed. And my case? Cases are for courts, Coulson said. I do not visit courts. Havelka's gaze glittered. Your committee friends are here. In Prague. Do you visit them? Coulson's eyes drifted not to a camera, not to Roman, but to the idea of them. They are learning, he said. I am fond of students. The good ones survive the exam. Anna tasted copper. Record. Record everything. It was already recorded. On the 8th floor of the Grand Bohemia, Anna leaned against the curved wall and became furniture. A cleaner's cart rolled past, pushing a tired woman with a wedding band that had seen better soap. The guard by the salon door checked his watch. Performative boredom. A bellman turned the corner, pushing a rack of pressed coats. He slowed near Anna and, without looking at her, let a folded slip fall from his pocket. He didn't stop walking. She let 3 seconds pass. Then she crouched, scooped the paper as if adjusting a strap, and kept moving. Inside the fold. 2 words, handwritten in a tidy, sexless hand. Roof now. Trap. Probably. Opportunity. Definitely. The only good difference between them is who writes the ending. Going up, she whispered. Copy, Igor said. 2 units shadowing. Eyes on both stairwells. She took the service stairs. On the roof, the city opened like a book written in light. The river was ink, the bridges signatures. Snow tried to fall and failed. A man stood by the parapet, coat unbuttoned, as if the cold was a rumor. Not Coulson. Young, hungry, eyes that flicked and stuck like burrs. Ms. Vera, he said in accentless English. You are expected. By? He smiled. By consequence. Show me, she said. He gestured toward a small rooftop conservatory, glass walls, plants asleep for winter, 2 chairs facing the city. Inside, heat hummed. A table waited with tea that steamed like a polite murder. No one else. Anna stayed standing. You have 30 seconds. He folded his hands. You think you are hunting a man. You are hunting a market. He is a market maker. Remove him. Another price is risked differently. The product remains fear. She stared. And your point? My point is that, if you want the market to fail, you don't arrest the trader. You collapse the confidence. Make his customers afraid to buy. Buy? By showing them that association with him is toxic. That money with him cannot move. That meetings with him do not end. Don't end. He tilted his head. There is a house 2 hours from here. Havelka uses it for hospitality. Tomorrow night, there will be 5 men at the table. 3 will leave. 2 will not. Names, she said. He smiled again, thinner. If I give you names, I am dead. If I give you place and time, I am useful. What do you want? Immigration, he said simply. A small country with boring newspapers. A life where I learn the names of my neighbors and never see them on television. Anna held his gaze. You're Coulson's. I am consequences, he said. He believes he owns them. He does not. Give me the house. He slid a card across the table. An address. A gate code. A time. She didn't look at it until she'd left the conservatory and the roof and the 8th floor and the lobby and the street, and only then, in the dark belly of a doorway, Did she unfold it and memorize? In HQ, the map glowed. Stoic traced the road with a blunt finger. Old hunting lodge. Ownership opaque. Locals call it the ears because the hills around it catch sound and throw it back. Approach. Igor asked. To access roads, one decoy. Thermal cameras on the trees. Professional. Inner courtyard with a single gate. No public records of renovations, which means there were many renovations. Inside. Anna asked. Rumor says a dining room that can't be recorded, Stoic said. Walls layered. Jammers. And a basement built by men who don't care about permits. Anna felt the shape of the room in her bones. Curves. Mirrors. No corners. Nowhere safe to put your back. Good, she said. We bring our own corners. How? Marina asked. For teams, Anna said, thinking aloud and faster now. 2 external cut power and block the decoy road. 1 internal disguised as staff, placed before the meeting. 1 remote drone relay above the jammer's cone, recording heat, not sound. We don't need words. We need bodies. Warrants? Igor asked. Volkov gave us what he could, Anna said. Stoic gives us the rest. If we catch them mid-felony, the paperwork can jog behind. Stoic grunted something that might have been agreement. We can see to inside tonight. House staff rotates at dawn. Roman stretched, winced, smiled. I look terrible in an apron. You look like a man no one looks at twice if Hayes carrying plates, Anna said. Perfect. He saluted with 2 fingers. Yes, chef. They moved after midnight. Snow held its breath. The rental van wore the livery of a catering company that did not exist. Inside, uniforms, plates, silver domes, armed men and women who had spent their lives learning to be invisible on purpose. Stoic's team peeled off at the decoy road with equipment that made power lines forget their jobs. Marina rode remote, eyes on the drone's thermal feed, voice steady. Lodge is warm. Outbuilding warm. 1 vehicle arrived 5 minutes ago. 2nd approaching from the east. Gate code accepted. We're on the clock. Roman and another operative Lenka, sharp and small, walked the servant path with crates that didn't rattle. The house accepted them the way expensive houses accept the poor, with indifference. Inside, the kitchen smelled of butter and deceit. A head steward eyed them, checked a list, grunted, and pointed them at a stack of plates that needed hands. Roman blended. Lenka dissolved. The lodge's arteries folded them in. Anna waited outside in the dark with Igor, the van's engine ticking quietly as it cooled. Cold? Igor asked. Focused, she said. Good, he said. Stay that way. If Hayes there, he will be, she said. Don't be clever, Igor finished. Be right. She nodded, eyes on the big house, its windows glinting like eyes that never closed. At 21:07 the guests arrived. 5 heat signatures in the dining room, Marina reported. 2 staff. 1 guard in the hall. Basement has 3 unknown. Roman slid a tray through the door with the fluency of someone who had been in kitchens that mattered and kitchens that killed. He set plates at a table where money would decide who starved. He did not look up. He saw feet, expensive shoes, a pair of boots to quiet. He heard voices only as shapes, the lazy drawl of a man who'd never worked for anything, the clipped consonants of a bureaucrat pretending to be a banker, the patient amusement of a hunter in a zoo. The third shape spoke once, and Roman felt it in his stitches. Gentlemen, said the shape, we are here to make sure tomorrow still exists. Roman left the room. His hands didn't shake until he reached the service corridor. Confirm, he whispered. Confirm, Anna said. Hayes inside. The plan was simple. At 21:23, Stoic's team killed the power. Lights died. Generators tried to wake and failed. Someone had taught them to sleep through alarms. Jammers hiccuped. The drone saw heat blooms hesitate. At 21:24, Lenka tripped, sending a soup tureen into the guard's knees. Roman swept his legs and put him to sleep with a tray as old as kitchens. At 21:25, Anna and Igor came through the side entrance under the cover of men arguing about fuses. Two more of Stoic's officers ghosted in behind them, the warrant folded in a pocket like a blessing. At 21:26, Anna reached the dining room door. Her hand hovered over the handle. "Corners," she whispered to herself. "Make your own." She opened the door. Candles sputtered. The table was a half moon, so no one could sit with their back safe. Petrov hunched, small. Havelka turned, annoyed like a cat when the light switches. Two other men froze halfway between movement and pretense. And at the curve of the table, coat over the back of his chair, hands still, eyes already on hers, Corson. He did not start. He did not rise. He looked at Anna the way a mathematician looks at a problem that has finally shown its variables. "Good evening," he said. "Vera." Anna raised the warrant. "Alexander Corson, you are detained under names and decorations," he said mildly. "Detain the decoration. The tree remains. Hands where we can see them," Igor snapped, moving left. Stoic's officers fanned, the room tightening to a shape with corners of their making. Petrov's hands shot up. Havelka's stayed flat, like a man bargaining with gods he didn't believe in. Corson lifted his hands, slow, precise. "Do you know," he said conversationally, "what I enjoy most about rooms like this?" "No," Anna said. "They teach you something simple." His eyes warmed, almost kindly. "That corners are an illusion." From the hall came the sound of metal hitting stone, the grunt of men who had been waiting downstairs for the cue only one man could give. The basement heat signatures surged. "Basement," Marina warned in Anna's ear. "Three moving fast." "Hold," Anna said, not taking her eyes off him. "No one moves." "Corson," Igor said, "tell them to stand down." "They don't stand," Corson said. "They arrive." The door behind Anna exploded inward. The first man threw met Igor's shoulder and a baton and discovered the floor. The second met Stoic's elbow and discovered sleep. The third got 2 steps into the room and froze, with a red dot blooming on his chest from the officer in the rear. Silence fell hard. "Hands," Anna repeated. Corson's hands were already up. He smiled, not a gloat of recognition. "At last," he said softly, "a corner." "Cuff him," Igor said. They did. Anna stepped closer and saw something in his eyes she hadn't seen before. Not fear. Not respect. A kind of contentment. "You think you've ended it," he murmured as the metal cinched. "I think we've started it," she said. He inclined his head, faint, almost courtly. "Then let us begin." Outside, sirens dared the hills. Snow finally found the ground. And for one narrow second, in a room that never let anyone have a safe back, Anna felt if not safe then exactly, precisely, where she needed to be. They took him by the book. Hands cuffed behind, then in front for transport. Photographed, logged, search belt, watch, the pen that wasn't a pen, the phone that was 3 phones pretending to be one. He did not resist. He did not speak again unless spoken to. He walked like a man being escorted to a better seat at a worse performance. Havelka went white around the mouth and tried to smile it into flesh again. Petrov wept with noisy restraint, as if practicing for a judge. The other 2 men sat still and learned the math of new loyalties. In the courtyard, wind needled their faces. Snow whispered against granite. Blue lights painted the lodge's brick the color of insomnia. Stoic read from the paper in his pocket, calm and formal. "Alexander Corson, you are detained under cooperative authority for suspicion of conspiracy to launder funds, obstruction of justice, and coordination of violent offenses across borders. You are informed." Corson's gaze drifted to Anna, not the words. She didn't give him anything to take. Roman leaned on the door jamb to meet his back, one hand on his side where stitches tugged, the other around a borrowed rifle. He watched the scene with the tired loathing reserved for men who always seemed to be uphill even when cuffed. "Transport team ready," Stoic said. "No media," Igor added. We don't turn this into theater. Too late, Marina murmured in Oni's ear from the van where she monitored the first ripples online. Prog blogs got a whisper. Tweets say police raided a private dinner. No names yet. 15 minutes. They'll have names. Ona nodded once. Move. They loaded the prisoners, separate cars, separate routes, separate chances to fail, then took the road down the hill. The sirens didn't wail, they murmured, polite to the sleeping farms. Snow, finally committed, began to fall in earnest. In the back seat, opposite Coulson, Ona kept her hands visible and her mind disciplined. He studied the window until the glass showed him her reflection instead of his own. You made a corner, he said after a time. I'm impressed. This isn't about impressing you, she said. It's always about impressing someone, he replied. Judges, mothers, coasts. You think you hunt me because of law. You hunt me because of love. She didn't answer. Silence was a blade too. He smiled, the smallest movement. I prefer hunters who know their motives. They live longer. Buckle up, the driver said, eyes on the road. Bridge ahead is iced. The car eased across the span, tires humming. For a second the drop to the river looked like a page they could fall into and never finish. Then they were across, into the city's sodium glow. Anna released a breath she had admitted to holding. You are careful, Coulson observed. Good. Careful people make the most interesting mistakes. The prog holding facility wasn't built for myth, it was built for bureaucracy. Fluorescent hell. Scuffed floors. Doors that closed with a sigh like exhausted lungs. It was exactly the sort of place where power should feel smaller. They processed each man separately. Havelka asked for a lawyer with the confidence of someone who had purchased several in advance. Petrov asked for the bathroom and nearly tripped over his own shoe. No one helped him. The other two asked for nothing and got the same. When they sat Coulson in interview 3, the room seemed to understand it had never been this close to the center of its own story. He placed his palms on the table, fingers long, nails clean. He looked at the corners of the room, the camera eye in the ceiling, the small scuff by the door where a chair had once lost an argument with a boot. He catalogued everything. It was a reflex, not a plan. Anna entered with Igor. Stoic stood behind the glass with a prosecutor and a clerk who loved pens too much. Do you want counsel? Anna opened. I have counsel, he said mildly. But for now, I have curiosity. Then let's both indulge it, Anna replied, switching on the recorder. State your full name for the record. Pick one, he said. They all point to me. State your name, she repeated. He met her eyes. Alexander. Patronymic. He tilted his head. Is this theater necessary? I like beginnings, Anna said. They remind people stories can end. He gave the patronymic. She gave him the charges. Igor added dates and places like nails in wood. Anything you want to put on record? Anna asked. He considered. Yes. The record is a net. Sometimes it catches fish. Sometimes it drifts. Poetry later, Igor cut in. Facts now. A soft tap at the glass. Stoic leaned through the door, voice low. We have a problem. They stepped into the hall. The prosecutor held his phone away from his face like it might bite. What? Anna asked. An injunction, the prosecutor said. Disgust, fighting fatigue. Filed by counsel for Mr. Havelka. Supported by an affidavit from a deputy minister, I thought retired. It claims diplomatic attached status for one of the guests and alleges unlawful detention for the rest. Jurisdiction? Igor asked Fogg. Intentionally. Stoic's jaw worked. And there's pressure. Calls from above. Someone wants this quiet and gone. Anna looked back through the glass. Coulson sat exactly as they'd left him, as if the room were a painting he had entered to improve. Stall, she said. We have at least 4 hours of clean time on the transport and intake to run secondary warrants and seize devices. Use every minute. And get me a judge who doesn't decorate his Christmas tree with favors. Stoic nodded and peeled off, already dialing. Anna re-entered. She let the door close. "We have time," she said, and made it sound like they had forever. "Time is a lie," he said pleasantly. "We have choices." "Fine," she said, opening a folder. "Let's choose." He didn't break. She didn't expect him to. Men like him didn't confess, they negotiated reality. So she gave him 3 doors. "Door 1, she said. "You pretend you are a banker with unlucky friends. You give us nothing. You fight us in courtrooms. You leave in a month because some piece of paper says you should. Meanwhile, your lieutenants adjust the market, and the market adjusts to blood." He smiled. "Continue." "Door 2, she said. "You talk, not about philosophy, about structure, names, roots, calendar. You tell us how to collapse confidence, as your friends like to say. In exchange, we make your sentence a museum instead of a grave. You go to a place where paper is heavy and windows don't open. Boring, long, alive." He steepled his fingers. "Door 3. "Door 3 is for the man who decides he is tired," Anna said quietly. "He puts ink to paper that burns the right hands. He ends the careers that end the careers of others. He becomes the first domino in a line that topples a decade. He doesn't ask for mercy, he asks for consequence." Silence held the room open like a jaw. "You admire my profession," he observed. "I hate it," she said. "I admire precision." He studied her for a long time. "Then, you think I plan to be here?" "I think you planned for any door," she said. He laughed, soft and genuine, the sound of a man recognizing another mind's shape. "Good. Very good." His gaze drifted to the camera eye. "Door 2 requires trust. Trust is a currency in short supply. You have accounts everywhere," Igor said. "Buy some." Another gentle laugh. "The man with the cigarette thinks in barter. I think in markets." "Then price your information," Anna said. "You've been training me, haven't you? Lesson plan says today is valuation." He leaned back, the chair complaining beneath a body that had spent its life forgiving chairs. "Very well. A sample to test the honesty of the laboratory." He looked at the recorder as if it were a person who deserved respect only because it remembered well. "There is a meeting scheduled in 2 days in Vienna. Not on paper. -1 men. 1 Swiss. 2 Russian. 1 Emirati. 1 who is not what he says, wearing an Austrian name. They will discuss moving assets from a certain foundation you have frozen into another that pretends to care about music." "Names," Igor said. "No," he said. "But locations, yes. The hotel is a former monastery fitting. The room has frescoes of martyrs. The catering will be late. They will use this to change the room at the last minute. That is when you catch them." He looked back at Anna. "If you are there, why tell us?" she asked. "Because markets punish hesitation," he said. "And because I want to see if you can keep up." "What do you want in return?" Igor asked. "A call," he said. "Not recorded. To my secretary." Anna raised an eyebrow. "You want to warn your people?" "I want to cancel a florist," he said. The smile was almost kind. "I don't like wasted lily." "No calls," Anna said. "But you give us the monastery. We give you." A shriek of feedback cut her off. The lights blinked, went dark, returned in a weaker shade. The recorder clicked dumb for a heartbeat, rebooted. A siren started somewhere deep in the building's intestines. "Backup power," Igor said. "Again?" Stoic burst through the door. "We have a leak," he said. "Not power paper." The injunction multiplied. Somebody printed a ghost. "Court orders to transfer custody." To whom? No one knows. But the guards at the outer gate just got faxes with signatures that look real and aren't. "Lock it down," Anna said, already moving. "No transfers. No one in, no one out." "Too late for one," Stoic said, jaw tight. They moved Havelka to a consular van. "My guard checked the seal, he says it looked right." "It wasn't." Igor swore. "He's gone." "Maybe not far," Stoic said. If put eyes on the bridges. But if they get to the river, they'll drown the trail. Anna looked at Corson. He looked back, not triumphant, not surprised. Interested. You won't get them all, he said. But if you choose right, you don't have to. She stepped into his space, not threatening, exact. Vienna. The monastery. Give me the real name and I'll show you what choose right looks like. He studied her face with the attention of a man purchasing a painting he planned to live with for years. Then he nodded. Once, the smallest surrender. The hotel is called Street. Agnes, he said. The man who is not Austrian is called Paolo in Milan and Pavla in Kiev. He will wear a third name in Vienna. Poor heart. He likes martyrs. He thinks it makes him holy. And your secretary? Igor asked dryly. Corson's eyes warmed by a degree. Her name is Marina once removed. Anna didn't blink. Don't fish. Not fishing, he said. Observing. She turned to Stoic. Issue an alert for the consular van. Block the bridges. Pull any camera that looked at a license plate in the last 10 minutes. And call Volkov. Tell him, if my prisoners evaporate into diplomacy, I will bring the story to every paper that still prints ink. Stoic didn't smile, but his eyes approved. Understood. The city turned into a board. Patrol cars became chess pieces, sliding to block squares. The river held its breath like a witness who knows better than to speak. North span confirmed, Marina said through teeth chattering from too much coffee and too little heat. Consular van at Ek. Most plate matches. Seal matches. Driver matches the description of a man with too much mustache. But Wade camera at the far side shows different van. Plate swap under the arch. Clever. Not clever enough, Stoic said. We have the arch on another eye. Feeding, Marina said, and the screen in Interview 3 South Observation Bay bloomed with grainy footage. Under the bridge, in the shadow where snow hated to fall. 2 men peeled a magnetic plate from the van's rear and slapped a new one on. A third man watched, coat collar up, face under a cap. Freeze, Anna said. The frame juddered still. The watcher's chin showed just enough to be a rumor. Not Havelka, Igor said. No, Anna agreed. Better. Who? Stoic asked. The driver's boss, Anna said. The one who prints the ghosts. Deputy minister. Igor asked. Or the deputy's deputy, Anna said. Either way, pull the van. Unit at Letten. Stoic spoke into his radio in Czech that sounded like a plan. Box it between tram and bus. No crash. No headlines. The radio chattered. Men answered. Sirens politely pretended to be weather. Minutes stretched. In Interview 3, the air seemed to freeze on the word almost. Then the radio barked the right syllables in the right order, and Stoic let out the breath of a man who likes good news because it makes the next bad news worth something. Stopped, he said. Havelka inside. Not smiling. Bring him back, Anna said. And the man with the mustache too. Stoic nodded once. And the deputy's deputy. Tomorrow, Anna said. After Vienna. She turned back to the table. Corson had followed the entire conversation as if listening to a concert he might fund or forbid. He looked faintly pleased. Good students, he murmured, rare. Don't grade us yet, Anna said. We're not finished. No, he agreed. You have a plane to catch. They left him in a room that didn't get warmer when the heater pretended to work. 2 guards. 1 camera. A recorder that would be copied and copied until even its lies were exhausted. In the hall, Anna's phone buzzed with a contact that existed only as a number labeled bread. She answered. Mama. Anya, her mother said. Your men made me tea and pretend they do not worrying about the sugar. Tell them I know they worrying about everything. I will, Anna said, smiling into the concrete. Are you all right? I am watching a show about people who buy houses they cannot afford, her mother said dryly. It is comforting. Everyone is foolish. Not just us. Anna closed her eyes. He'll be away a day. Maybe 2. Of course, her mother said. Catch your wolves. I will knit them hats. Sleep, Anna said. You too, her mother replied, and hung up before either of them could be weaker than they wanted. Igor appeared at her shoulder. Stoic has a small jet-fueled Vienna, then home. We take Roman and 2 of his kitchen angels. Marina rides the radio. Good, Anna said, pocketing the phone. Volkov growled. Signed. Promised to drink after. Ill by the first round, she said. Make him buy, Igor countered. Judges need practice paying. They walked back past interview 3. Through the glass, Corson sat as before. He looked up as if he felt eyes, and for the first time since the lodge, he nodded to her acknowledgement, not concession. Anna didn't return it. She simply memorized his face again, the way you memorize a map you expect to use. Dawn smudged the eastern roofs. The airport smelled like tired metal and coffee that had given up. They moved without uniform, without fanfare, as if going to a funeral whose time and place changed every time you blinked. On the tarmac, breath plumed. Roman climbed the stairs slower than Pride liked. Marina's voice crackled in their ears from Prague, from safety, from a chair where she sat very straight so her fear wouldn't bend her spine. Vienna weather is clear, she said. Hotel Street. Agnes has for entries. The service alley has a camera with a blind spot every 9 seconds. Paul Hart checked in under Paul Hon. He thinks Hayes clever. Hayes not. Your meeting window is 12:30 to 13:15. Copy, Anna said. The wind snatched the consonants. The intent stayed warm. Igor paused at the top step and looked back at the runway, at Prague, at the invisible line that connected this city to the one they had left and the one they were always leaving. You know, he said, for a man in cuffs, he still feels like Hayes walking ahead of us. Then we walk faster, Anna said, and stepped into the cabin. The door sealed. Engine spun. The ground let go. Anna opened a folder and saw, tucked inside, a single white card she had noticed before. 2 words in a tidy, sexless hand. Conclusions disagree. She smiled without humor. Well, see. Outside the window, clouds layered like pages in a book she intended to finish. Ast. Agnes had once been a monastery where silence was prayer and walls were meant to outlast kings. Now it was a boutique hotel for diplomats and bankers who wanted holiness without guilt. Frescoes of saints with downcast eyes watched from the ceilings. Beneath them, men with cufflinks conspired over espresso. Anna hated it immediately. Too much marble polish to show no reflection. Too many corridors that bent without reason, as if the architects had wanted secrecy more than symmetry. They entered as tourists, Roman in an overcoat too large for his shoulders, Igor as a professor with a bad temper, Anna with a camera slung around her neck. Marina, in Prague, murmured through the earpiece. Target checked in as Paul Hon, room 214. Meeting scheduled in the chapter hall at 12:30. Fresco of Saint Sebastian above the door. Easy marker. Security, Anna whispered. 3 local guards hired muscle, not clergy. 2 cameras blind on the south corridor. 9-second sweep. You'll need to be fast. Roman smirked faintly. Fast isn't my problem. Quiet is. Anna shot him a look. He raised his hands, mock surrender. 76 waiting for the bell. They took position early. Anna in the cloister courtyard with her fake camera, pretending to photograph Ivy. Igor at the service entrance with a courier badge. Roman in the chapel pews, bent like a pilgrim. The clock tower struck noon, its bells pouring down like judgment. At 12:17, a black car eased into the courtyard. 2 men stepped out, tailored and sharp. Swiss and Emirati, if Marina's files were right. At 12:23, another car. Russian plates, tinted glass. 2 more men. At 12:26, a tall figure with a trimmed beard and a smile that didn't belong to him. Paul Hart, or Pavla, or Paul, or, depending on the city. Anna tracked him through the lens. His stride was rehearsed, important, but not hurried. A man who thought even time was for sale. "They're all here," she whispered. "Chapter hall in 4 minutes. Copy," Igor said. His voice carried the calm of someone who hated every variable, but married them anyway. Roman murmured from the pews, "Feels like a bad play about to start its worst act." Anna's fingers tightened on the camera. Then we changed the script. The chapter hall was long and narrow, lit by tall windows that filtered light through glass older than any of them. Saint Sebastian hung above the door in paint and arrow wounds, his martyrdom now core. The 5 men gathered at the table, papers discreetly folded, laptops discreetly hidden. Their voices were low, not conspiratorial, just confident. They believed walls kept secrets. Anna entered at 12:32, posing as staff with a tray of coffee. Roman followed, a shadow at the far door. Igor slipped in last, courier bag heavy with recording gear disguised as receipts. "Minutes only," Paul Hart said in accented German. "We discuss, we sign, we go. No ceremony." Anna set the tray down. Her pulse hammered, but her hands didn't shake. She saw the fresco in her periphery. Sebastian's painted eyes looked upward, but she imagined they looked at her. "Proposal," Hart continued. "Funds leave Prague Foundation. Enter the Music Trust in Vienna. No trace. Market adjusts by March. Clean." Swiss nodded. Emirati adjusted his cuff. The Russians muttered assent. Anna glanced at Igor. His hand brushed the courier bag. "Signal ready." Then Roman's voice, low but clear, or maybe not so clean. Every head turned. 5 pairs of eyes, sharp as scalpels. Hart's smile faltered for the first time. "Who?" Swiss began. "Police," Igor said, dropping the mask. His badge flashed once. "All of you are under provisional detention for conspiracy." He didn't finish. The first Russian lunged, flipping the table. Cups shattered, paper flew like startled birds. Hart reached into his coat. Anna kicked the tray into his wrist. A gun clattered across stone. Roman was faster than his wounds allowed, shoving a chair into the Emiratist's knees. Chaos swirled, boots on marble, shouts in 3 languages, glass rattling in windows. Anna slammed the recorder on the table, voice hard. "Everything is being taped. Surrender now." For a second, silence cracked through the fight. 5 men glanced at the red light blinking on the device, at the fresco above, at one another. Wealth protected many things, but not voices caught on tape. Hart snarled. "You don't know who you touch." "Neither do you," Anna shot back. "Saints watch. And so does Interpol." By 13 to 10, the chapter hall was full of uniforms. Austrian police, called by Marina's timed alert. The 5 men were cuffed, their arrogance leaking slower than their blooded pride. Evidence bagged, laptops sealed, recordings secured. Anna leaned against the fresco wall, catching her breath. Roman sat on a pew, pale but grinning. Igor lit a cigarette outside the no smoking sign. Marina's voice hummed in their ears, "Congratulations. Vienna papers already buzzing. Secret meeting exposed in monastery. You're trending." Anna closed her eyes. The word trending felt obscene in a place built for prayer. But the job was done. A chapter ended, even as another began. Because somewhere in Prague, Corson waited in his cold interview room, watching saints of his own, no doubt. And Anna knew he'd smile when he heard how Saint Agnes ended, not because they had won, but because his lesson plan had worked. Had given them the door. They had chosen to walk through it. Snow still clung to the monastery roofs when Anna stepped into the Vienna station headquarters. The world outside was celebrating. Newspapers ran headlines about the financial conclave busted in Prague. Cameras swarmed. Analysts speculated about the billions frozen overnight. But inside the station, the air tasted of burnt coffee and tired victories. Roman sat slouched in the chair, bandaged arm crossed against his chest, watching the scrolling headlines on a muted TV. Igor paced like a restless wolf, cigarette behind his ear. Marina, pale from hours of sleepless coding, was buried in transcripts. You should sleep, Honor told her. Marina didn't look up. Sleep when the servers stop spitting fire. Honor almost smiled. Marina's stubbornness reminded her of her own. Then she looked at the interrogation rooms, their mirrored glass glinting like blind eyes. Any of them talking? She asked. Igor shook his head. They'll hold until lawyers arrive. Maybe longer. They think money still buys time. Roman chuckled without humor. Money buys time, but not silence forever. Someone will slip. Honor nodded. Silence was never permanent. The world always cracked, in the end. Through the one-way glass, she watched Paul Hart, still immaculate despite his arrest, sitting with folded hands, his smile sharp as ever. He spoke to the Austrian inspector with the patience of a man explaining wine etiquette to a farmer. You misunderstand, he said in English. We discussed nothing illegal. Cultural exchange, philanthropy, market research. This tape, he gestured toward the evidence recorder. Clever editing, perhaps, but meaningless. The inspector didn't flinch. The tape has your voice agreeing to move funds through Vienna. To disguise origin. Hart leaned back, shrugging lightly. Funds always move. Origins are always disguised. Ask your own bankers. Honor turned from the glass, bile rising. Men like Hart treated law as furniture, something to rearrange until it fit their taste. She wanted to walk in there, slam the recorder down, and scream the truth until the fresco saints themselves wept. Igor's hand touched her shoulder. He wants reaction. Don't give it. She breathed, forced calm. Then what do we give him? Patience, Igor said. The one currency he hates. Elsewhere, in Prague, the real author of the script listened to the same recordings in a room with no windows. Coulson sat at a table that wasn't his, in a building he didn't own, flanked by two men who never spoke unless he nodded. A laptop glowed before him, playing the intercepted feed from Vienna. The Saints of Street. Agnes flickered on the screen, frozen in the moment where Hart's arrogance cracked. Coulson watched in silence. Then he closed the lid. Perfect, he murmured. The taller guard shifted. They caught Hart. They were supposed to, Coulson said. His voice was calm, almost indulgent. Every fire needs smoke. Vienna was smoke. Now the world chokes on it. And while they cough, he spread his hands slightly, as if inviting applause. The guards did not clap. They never did. Coulson's eyes glittered with something colder than triumph. Now we see if they chase shadows or learn to fear corners. He leaned back, folding his fingers. The net was not around him. The net was him. By night, Anna walked the riverbank in Vienna. Lights from the bridges rippled across the water, trembling like fragile truths. She should have felt victory headlines, evidence, arrests. Yet her chest felt hollow, as if she had run a race only to find the finish line moved further ahead. Roman joined her, coat collar up against the wind. You look like a ghost. Maybe I am, Honor said. He studied her. You think it was too easy. It was too easy, she admitted. They gathered in a monastery, left trails like breadcrumbs. They wanted us to find them. Roman lit a cigarette with his good hand. Then the question isn't why. It's what we're being led to. Honor shivered, though not from the cold. She remembered the man in the lobby corner, the absence that weighed heavier than presence. He's playing us, she whispered. Roman exhaled smoke toward the black water. Then maybe it's time we learn the rules of his game. At dawn, Marina burst into the Vienna flat where they were staying. Her laptop clattered onto the kitchen table, screens lighting up with graphs and logs. They're gone, she said, breathless. Igor frowned. Who? The accounts. Every shell company we flagged last night. Empty. Not just drained, vanished. Number records, no trails. Like someone pulled the plug on an entire architecture. Roman muttered a curse in Russian, dragging a chair closer. Money doesn't just disappear. It moves. Exactly, Marina snapped. It moved in one sweep, synchronized to the second. 15 transfers across 4 continents, all between 3 o'clock and 3:02. And guess where the terminal node is? She spun the laptop. A red dot blinked in the Black Sea. Anna leaned closer, her stomach twisting. Odessa. Marina nodded. Our monastery showed just noise. While we chased their meeting, the real operation emptied the vault. Igor's jaw clenched. Corson let us win. He bought his silence with our pride. 2 hours later, the Vienna police called. The detainees were gone. Anna felt the world tilt when she heard it. Gone? How? The inspector's voice over the line was flat with humiliation. Transfer orders. Signed by your committee. Interpol clearance. Paperwork flawless. She slammed the phone down. Our clearance was forged. Roman's face darkened. He has someone inside higher than we thought. Igor paced the room, hands on his head. Not just inside. Above. He played us like pawns. He wanted Hart and the others free again, but not before making us trust the victory. Marina's fingers flew across her keyboard. Checking cameras, hold on, oh God. On the screen, grainy footage, 5 men escorted out of custody. Smiling. No handcuffs. A black car waiting. At the wheel an unmarked driver with a face blurred by the camera angle, but Anna knew the posture, the stillness. Corson. The man had been there, in plain sight, holding the door open as if he owned the world. That night, their safe flat smelled of burnt paper. On the dining table lay a small ashtray. In it, the charred remains of a photo. Anna pulled it free with trembling fingers. It was her mother again, only now. The bakery behind her was gone, reduced to rubble. At the bottom, scrawled in ink that bled into the ashes, roots burn faster than branches. Anna's breath caught. No, she was supposed to be under protection. Igor grabbed his phone, barking orders to Moscow. Minutes stretched like years. Finally, his face shifted from stone to shadow. She's alive, he said. The bakery was firebombed. She was evacuated an hour before. No injuries. They left the photo to make you believe otherwise. Anna collapsed into the chair, half relief, half fury. Roman's eyes were cold. Hayes not killing yet. Hayes teaching. Igor's reply was a whisper. No, Roman. Hayes rehearsing. The Black Sea greeted them with the scent of rust and salt, a perfume of forgotten ships and silent deals. Odessa was no stranger to shadows. It had been a city of smugglers and whispers long before borders were drawn, and it wore its scars openly. Anna pressed her forehead against the train window as the skyline came into view. Cargo cranes rose like skeletal arms, reaching for a grey sky. Beyond them, domes of churches gleamed faintly in the weak winter sun, icons of faith rising above the grime of commerce. The city was a contradiction, and she felt its pulse immediately, a rhythm of commerce, corruption, and something deeper, older. Igor sat across from her, flipping through a dossier. His eyes barely left the pages, but his voice carried the calm of experience. Port manifests. 22 containers, flagged as machinery parts, left Vienna last night. None arrived here. Customs show empty entries. Paper ghosts. Roman leaned back with a grunt, his broad shoulders filling the space. Containers don't vanish. Not unless someone owns both ends of the track. They do, Marina said, her laptop balanced precariously on her knees. Code spilled across her screen, maps of transactions pulsing with red nodes. Shell companies. I chased the trail all morning. Ends here, in Odessa Freeport. Corson's backyard. The name settled like ice between them. Anna touched the small silver cross around her neck, her father's. It steadied her. Then this is where we draw him out. To the safe house was an apartment overlooking Terabasovskaya Street, deceptively cheerful with its Christmas lights and stalls selling roasted chestnuts. But beyond the laughter of tourists, the air was taut with unease. Police patrols doubled near the port, not out of vigilance, but out of obedience. Honor felt it the moment they stepped inside. Odessa was wired, tuned to someone's frequency. Every shadow seemed to bend toward an unseen center. That night, Igor unfolded a map across the table. There are 3 locations worth attention. He tapped with a blunt finger. The grain terminal. Perfect cover. Containers in and out. Paperwork buried in tons of export records. The old shipyard. Technically abandoned. In reality, rented by a holding tied to Corson's cousin. The catacombs. His voice lowered. Thousands of kilometers of tunnels under the city. Smugglers use them, but they've been repurposed before for storage, weapons, people. If Corson's planning something invisible, it will be down there. Roman muttered, Hell's basement. Marina traced lines of code on her screen, connecting them to the map. I intercepted chatter. Movement scheduled near the shipyard tomorrow night. Keywords: shipment, departure, witnesses. She looked up. It's him. Anna studied the map, the red ink bleeding into the paper. Then we split. One team shadows the shipyard. The other secures the catacomb entrance. If Hayes moving pieces, we cut them off before the board resets. Igor gave her a long look. You're leading this like it's war. It is war, Anna replied quietly. The port at night was a different world. Sodium lights painted the concrete in sickly orange, and the sea licked at rusted hulls with a sound like teeth grinding. Anna crouched behind a stack of containers with Roman at her side. The air stank of oil and damp ropes. Ahead, the shipyard loomed, its skeletal cranes frozen mid-gesture. Voices echoed. Men in heavy coats moved under the lights, their steps sure, their silence practiced. Trucks idled, exhaust rising like ghosts. Anna lifted her binoculars. Symbols marked the containers, false logos, numbers shuffled to mislead. But her stomach tightened when she recognized one crate, painted with an emblem she had seen only once before on the forged files that had buried her father's case. Roman saw it too. That's not coincidence. No, Anna whispered. It's bait. As if on cue, headlights flared behind them. Roman swore, dragging her into shadow. A convoy rolled in, black SUVs cutting through the night. Doors slammed, boots crunched. And then she saw him. Corson. He didn't stride, he drifted, his coat barely stirring, his presence louder than any noise. Around him, the men straightened like puppets tucked by invisible strings. He glanced once at the containers, then toward the shadows where Anna hid as though he already knew. Her breath caught. For the first time, she saw his face clearly. Not cruel, not savage calm, almost priestly. A man who didn't need to threaten, because the world obeyed him by instinct. Roman tensed. We end it now. Anna gripped his arm. Not yet. He wants us to strike blind. Corson raised a hand, and the convoy split. Containers shifted. A crate cracked open. Inside rows of servers. Black towers humming faintly. Their lights blinking like watchful eyes. Not weapons. Not drugs. Information. Marina's voice crackled in on his earpiece from her surveillance perch. Jesus, it's a mobile data core. Hayes moving entire networks physically, off-grid. This isn't money laundering. It's an arc. Anna whispered, an arc of shadows. Gunfire ripped the silence. Not at Corson's men, but at Anna and Roman. Bullets sparked off metal, tearing splinters from wood. Move. Roman shoved her down a narrow service alley, shots clipping the corners. Sirens wailed somewhere distant, late and indifferent. Anna's lungs burned as they sprinted between rusting hulls. He knew, of course he knew. Roman barked. Hayes always ahead. They ducked behind a dumpster, breaths ragged. Shouts echoed closer. Roman pulled his pistol, checked the magazine. We can fight our way. No, Anna cut him off. We'll never reach the street. Hayes herding us. Her phone vibrated. A single message appeared, unsent, unnumbered. Every hunter ends in his own snare. The letters burned against the screen like prophecy. Anna felt her knees weaken. He's not just watching. He's inside us. Roman gritted his teeth. Then we turn his snare inside out. They slipped into the underworld through a rusted hatch at the edge of the yard. The tunnels yawned before them, carved from limestone, endless and silent. The Odessa catacombs were a labyrinth older than memory. Rebels had hidden here during wars, smugglers had carved niches for weapons, liquor bodies. Now, the air reeked of damp stone and old secrets. Their flashlights cut narrow beams through the dark. Graffiti marked the walls, names, dates, arrows pointing to nowhere. The deeper they went, the heavier the silence grew, pressing on the chest. Anna felt it in her bones. This was no escape. This was the stage. Marina's voice whispered in her ear, broken by static. Signal weak, something's jamming, then nothing. Roman cursed. We're cut off. And then the lights went out. Not there's the overhead bulbs strung along the tunnels. Ancient wiring that had no right to be working. They flickered alive, bathing the stone in sickly yellow. Ahead, at the bend, a silhouette waited. Coulson. He stood as if carved from the stone itself, hands folded, expression serene. Behind him, shadows shifted, men, maybe more. Welcome, he said, his voice carrying in the hollow dark. Anna's blood turned to ice. He had brought them exactly where he wanted. Ko's son's voice rolled through the tunnel like a tide, calm, patient, certain. You ran exactly where I needed you to. The city above is noise, distraction, theater. Down here, only the truth remains. Anna steadied her breath, the cross digging into her palm. Truth. You bury truth under layers of lies. Coulson smiled faintly. The expression was almost fatherly. No, Anna. I preserve it. In silence. In darkness. Above, truth is fragile, it shatters when spoken. But down here, it endures. Roman lifted his pistol, the metal trembling with fury. Enough philosophy. Step closer and I'll show you how fragile you are. The shadows behind Coulson shifted. 5 men, maybe more. Their faces were hidden under hoods, their movements synchronized. They carried nothing visible, yet the air around them vibrated with menace. Anna whispered, "Don't shoot. Not yet. He wants chaos." Coulson tilted his head, studying her. "Always the daughter, carrying your father's stubborn fire. Do you think he died for nothing? That his sacrifice was meaningless?" Her throat tightened. "Don't you dare speak his name." "I will," Coulson said softly, because he was part of the same pattern. He sought truth in daylight and was crushed. You follow him into shadow, and you will be swallowed whole. Unless his eyes glinted. Unless you accept the rules of the board. The word board made Anna's skin crawl. He had been playing them from Vienna to Odessa, each move choreographed. Roman spat on the ground. "I don't play games with devils." Courson's smile didn't fade. "That is why devils always win." Without warning, the hooded men advanced. Silent, swift, Roman fired. The shot cracked like thunder, echoing off stone. One figure dropped, but the others surged forward. Anna grabbed Roman's sleeve. "Move." They sprinted through the catacombs, beams of their flashlights bouncing wildly. The tunnels split and twisted, graffiti arrows pointing in every direction. Each step echoed like drums of pursuit. Anna's lungs burned. Behind them, the footsteps never faltered, as though the catacombs themselves were carrying their hunters. Roman skidded to a stop at a fork. Left or right? Anna closed her eyes, trusting instinct. The air on the left was colder, damp with sea brine. Left. They plunged into the dark. Water dripped from the ceiling, trickling down walls etched with old smuggler marks. Ahead, a wooden door sagged on rusted hinges. Roman rammed his shoulder into it. The door burst inward, revealing a cavernous chamber. Inside, rows of crates stretched into the shadows. Not random, organized, each stenciled with foreign company logos. Some marked in Cyrillic, others in Chinese. Anna's heart stuttered. Hayes building an empire underground. Roman cracked open a crate. Inside, not weapons, not drugs, hard drives. Thousands of them, stacked like bricks. A data cathedral. God help us, Roman muttered. Then the lights snapped on. Kosun stood on a raised platform at the far end of the chamber, flanked by his hooded entourage. The glow bathed him in sepulchral light. You see now, he said. Armies fade. Borders crumble. But data knowledge is eternal. I am not smuggling goods. I am smuggling memory. Secrets no state can erase. No court can deny. I am the custodian of shadow. Anna's voice cracked. You're a parasite, feeding on the pain of others. No, Corson replied gently. I am salvation. Your father's files are here, untouched, preserved. He thought he was alone. He was not. I kept his truth safe. Because truth, my dear, is worthless unless it can be bartered. Her knees nearly buckled. Father. Files. The accident. Was he lying? Or had he truly kept fragments of her father's case? Roman raised his pistol again. You'll barter with a bullet. But Corson lifted a finger, and the hooded men drew closer, forming a semicircle around them. You won't shoot, he murmured. Because if you do, these vaults burn. And with them, every truth you ever sought. Honor froze fire. She remembered the bakery photo, the ash, the threat. You wouldn't, she whispered. Corson's smile deepened. I already did. In Vienna. In Moscow. Odessa is next. He gestured, and the chamber filled with the sound of fuel sloshing in hidden containers. The stench hit her nose. Kerosene. Anna's mind raced. If he torched the catacombs, everything her father's files, the proof against Kamensky, the network's secrets would be lost. She stepped forward, ignoring Roman's hissed warning. If you destroy this, you destroy yourself. Your ark burns with the rest. Corson's eyes gleamed. That is the beauty. I am never here. I am everywhere else. My reflection walks, while the world chases shadows. He tapped his temple. And when one vessel ends, another begins. Honor forced steel into her voice. Then look at me. If you claim to preserve truth, preserve this. I will not stop. Burn your files. Bury your empire. Erase every trail. You will still see me standing. I am my father's daughter. For the first time, Corson's expression flickered. A shadow of curiosity, maybe even doubt. Roman seized the moment. He hurled a smoke grenade from his vest. The chamber erupted in choking grey clouds. Shouts rang out. Chaos swallowed the order. Go! Roman bellowed. Honor stumbled through the haze, clutching her cross, lungs searing with smoke. Behind her, Roman's gun barked, each shot a vow. Through the fog, she glimpsed Corson's silhouette, unmoving, serene as ever. His voice cut through the chaos, steady and haunting. This is only the opening move. They crashed through another tunnel, smoke clinging to their clothes. The catacombs twisted, but Honor no longer cared about direction, only distance. At last, a faint draft kissed her face. They burst into the night air through a hidden grate, collapsing onto the damp grass of a deserted park. Roman heaved, blood streaking his sleeve from a graze. We made it. Honor rolled onto her back, staring at the stars above Odessa. But her chest was hollow. They had won. Her phone buzzed. Another message. Pieces advance. Queen is exposed. She dropped the phone as if it burned. Roman spat on the ground. Hayes taunting us. No, Honor whispered. Hayes reminding us. The game isn't finished. It's just begun. At dawn, Marina and Igor found them at the safe house. Marina's face was pale, her hands trembling, as she showed them the latest intercept. All banking servers linked to Vienna and Zurich. Offline. Wiped clean. He pulled the core from under us. We're chasing ghosts now. Igor leaned against the wall, his expression carved in granite. Then we stop chasing. We hunt. Honor met his eyes. For the first time since Odessa, fire burned there again, not just vengeance, but resolve. We take the fight to him, she said. No more waiting for his traps. If he wants a gambit, then well play, but on our terms. The city outside stirred awake, unaware of the storm beneath its streets. Odessa was only the beginning. The morning after the catacombs smelled like iodine and ash. Odessa's light was too clean for what they carried back up from the dark. It made every lie look freshly laundered. Anna stood at the sink in the safe house, rinsing smoke from her hair until the water ran cold and honest. Her hands shook only when no one watched. When she turned, Igor was at the table with a paper map spread like a patient under surgery. Roman sat on the windowsill with his sling and a stare that had practiced not blinking. Marina's laptop hummed on the couch, code pouring across the screen like rain that refused to fall. We didn't walk out empty, Roman said at last, digging into his coat. He placed a black 2.5-inch drive on the table, scuffed, warm from his body, pocketed in the smoke. Marina was on it before the word finished. Power, isolation, no network, she murmured, building a little temple out of adapters and a battery pack. The drive woke with a sulky whir. What are we looking at? Igor asked. Marina's fingers found their rhythm. Raw blocks. Proprietary header, not in TFS, not ext, not apps, something custom. He's not just hoarding, he's archiving like a religion. Anna stepped closer, towel around her shoulders like a cape no one should wear. Can you read it? I can make it talk, Marina said. Whether it says what we want, different prayer. On the screen, characters resolved into a skeletal index, hashes, timestamps, 3-letter codes that meant nothing until they did. Marina clicked. A thumbnail rendered. A traffic camera image. A crosswalk, November snow. A man in a dark coat reaching for a woman's hand. Anna reached for the table without meaning to. The sink's cold bit into her spine. Stop. Marina froze. The image held like a held breath. The man's face wasn't her father's. Angles wrong. Coat wrong, but the posture had the same quiet certainty. The file name read /bell/1215cam3b.mov. Not him, Anna said, the words costing more than Russian winter. But the index says he kept everything by category, by case. He has an entire shelf labeled Bell. Igor glanced at her and then away, respectful. We don't have to open the wound yet. What we do need is the skeleton of this system. Marina resumed. Header has a call home routine. See this? Every drive in his arc pings a hub on a schedule, a heartbeat. If the hub misses the beat, it marks a drive lost and spins up a replacement for pickup. Very 20th century. Physical redundancy pretending to be cloud. Meaning? Roman asked. Meaning, Marina said, if we mimic the heartbeat from this one, his network will think it's alive and give us a pickup schedule, a courier, a location. Summon the pigeon, Igor said. And who's waiting to feed it to the hawk? Roman added. Anna stared at the heartbeat routine as if it were a metronome to a song she already knew. He built a market out of fear. We make buyers afraid to buy. We cut the artery, not the fingers. Marina nodded. I can spoof the protocol. But to plant a beacon, to do anything that matters, we'll need a live hub. Not a leaf drive like this. We need the trunk. Odessa's hub is underground, Roman said. And he knows we know. Then not Odessa, Anna said. She pointed at the map's Black Sea. Routes out. Ferries to Constanta. Varna trucks through Palanca rail to Chinu. Hell disperse. But there's a maintenance relay for anything moving west Carpathian spine. Maybe an old Soviet listening post-turn telecom shelter. Igor's finger tapped a triangulation of nothing. Transcarpathia. Lots of weather stations that aren't weather. If Hay's clever, he uses an innocuous site with legal access to the grid. Marina's eyes gleamed with the predator's patience. Then we listen for the heartbeat there. They work the way people do when the clock prefers their enemies. Marina birthed a fake drive signature and taught it to lie beautifully. Igor spoke into phones that weren't phones, to line up eyes in hills who owed him winters. Roman cleaned his gun without looking at it, the way soldiers cleaned themselves when they'd forgotten the difference. Anna dried her hair and braided it, so the shaking would have something to do. When the signal came, it arrived like a weather report, a packet whispering on a forgotten frequency, a set of coordinates disguised as barometer data. Marina isolated it, smiled with the satisfaction of an engineer who has pulled a nail from a wall and found the entire house out of plumb. "Relay hut," she said. "Coordinates 30 kilometers northwest of Rykhiv. Old Forestry Road. Pick up at 18:40 tonight." Igor checked his watch. 8 hours. Roman stood. Plenty of time to run out of. The Carpathians exhaled fur and fog. Snow came sideways, then not at all, then sideways again like a drunk. The hut squatted in a clearing as if embarrassed to be seen. Poured concrete, a steel door, a pole with a friendly anemometer that didn't care about wind. They split the approach in a triangle. Igor from the north line, Roman from the creek, Anna low along the timber, Marina in the van nursing the fake heartbeat like a mother fox. "Thermals," Igor whispered. "To inside," Marina said. "One cooker, one smoker. Likely a generator tech and a courier early." "Perfect," Roman muttered. "Men who don't want to die." "Which makes them dangerous," Anna said. At 18:33 a white van sighed into the clearing, tires rumbling over ice they pretended not to see. The driver didn't kill the engine, just cracked the window and let a sleeve of smoke out into the cold. He glanced once at the tree line and saw exactly nothing, which is how trees prefer it. At 18:39 the hut store opened. A man in a fleece stepped out and stamped his boots like a signal. The driver climbed down, a heavy jacket that remembered other men's jobs. They shook hands with the wariness of cats. Roman slid closer, breath low. "On my go." "Wait," Anna said, sighting down the glass of her scope. The driver turned his head and her stomach fell half a meter. "No go," she breathed. "Look at his profile." Roman flicked his focus. "It's not him. It's a silhouette he wants us to see," Anna said. "Coulson taught his men how to wear his shape. Or he taught us to see him everywhere," Igor said, voice ghosts on the wire. "Either way, target is the hub." They moved like the conclusion to a proof. Roman took the driver's wrist and the driver sat down faster than the brain allowed. Igor flowed through the door and convinced the technician that lying on the floor had a lot to recommend it. Anna crossed to the rack and found the metal face of the hub, lights winking in Morse code only men like Coulson could love. Marina's voice was steady. "Beacon in 3 to 1. Anna slid the implant into the maintenance bay. The device was the size of a coin and had more intention than anything that small should. The lights on the hub blinked twice and then settled, undisturbed. "Tell me you kissed it," Roman said. "We're dancing," Marina murmured. The hub accepted our lie. It's pushing the next pickup schedule to its peers. And our coin is listening. "Good," Igor said. "Bag the tech, bag the driver." And the forest coughed. Not a branch. Not a fox. A suppressor that forgot to whisper. Roman hit the floor on instinct and pulled Anna with him. The driver's window exploded into flour, then diamonds. The technician squealed and discovered prayer. "Tree line," Igor roared, and the clearing shrugged off its shyness as men stepped out of it in winter whites that glowed just enough to be true. Anna saw the first man's posture and knew no border had ever contained him. Not locals. Imported. Roman agreed, and spoke to them in the language that never needs a passport. The fight was short because the fight wanted to be. Igor's arc was mathematics, Roman's was hunger. Anna's was a line drawn from her father through every man who had laughed at law. 2 ran, 1 limped, 1 slept in snow. When the clearing remembered to be quiet, the hut hummed as if it had not learned anything. Igor kicked the van's tire. They were watching the watcher. "Of course they were," Anna said. wiping a smear of oil from her cheek. Hayes teaching us repeat lessons. Corners are illusions, rooms listen, queens overextend. About that queen, Marina said, something new in her tone. The coin just heard something I don't like. Hayes pulling data west, but Hayes also summoning a convergence south. A moving hub trucks, encrypted mesh headed for Bucharest. No. Crossing into Serbia. Then farther. Where? Igor asked. Trieste, Marina said. Port-free zone. Old habits. New flags. Roman whistled softly. Hayes skipping chess and playing backgammon. Anna stared at the hub. If we chase every move, we lose our pieces. We need to end a game, not a turn. How? Igor asked. She looked at the coin, at the forest, at the line between memory and market. She felt the shape of the choice before it wore words. We burn the ark, she said. Marina's inhale crackled on the line. Roman's head snapped. Igor didn't move. Say it again, Igor said quietly. We burn the ark, Anna repeated. Not just the hut. The catacomb vaults. The depots. The relay sites we can reach. We take his premise from him. We make his buyers doubt the existence of tomorrow. They'll be replaced, Roman said. Not if we make it public, Anna said. Not a raid. A revelation. We tell the world what he is, then light it. He lives on control. We turn him into an example. And your father's files? Igor asked. No softness, only respect. Anna swallowed. The cross pressed into bone. My father didn't love paper. He loved truth, she said. Truth that saves living people. If his file saves one woman from being told to shut up by a man with a badge and a lawyer, that's tribute. If it burns with a library that prevents 100 more men from buying another decade of silence, that's justice. Silence walked the clearing and found nothing to improve. Roman looked away first. If you give the word, I carry the can. Marina's voice went smaller around the edges. I'll seed the press. Multiple countries. Multiple languages. The architecture. The names where we have them. The principle where we don't. Igor nodded once. Then we do it like surgeons, not arsonists. They built a plan that did not lie to itself. Stokes people in Prague took the vault they could reach under court and camera. The Austrians walked street. Agnes again with new warrants that cared less about frescoes. The Czechs forgot to turn off a mic in a deputy minister's office. In Odessa, they laced the catacomb entrances with shape charges that felt more like punctuation than exclamation. Marina laid out a cascade. At 4 o'clock up, a dossier would land in inboxes that hated being surprised. At 4:05, a mirror would reflect it into papers that still printed. At 4:10, videos would drop showing rooms with no corners becoming rooms with fire. At 3:41, Anna called her mother. Anya, her mother answered, as if the phone had always been ringing. How is the weather where you are? Changing, Anna said. She leaned against the hut's cold wall and let it hold her up. Mama, do you remember the box of letters Papa kept? The one, he said, head only open when I learned to ride in a circle. Her mother laughed the way women laugh when their daughter is 5 and 30 at once. He wanted to teach you balance. He did, Anna said. I'm going to do something tonight that will balance the board. It will hurt. A pause. Is it the kind of hurt that ends other hurts? Yes, Anna said, voice steady now. Then do it, her mother said. And remember to eat. I love you, Anna said. I know, her mother replied, like a spell. Your father knows, too. When Anna hung up, the clock had learned the rest of its lesson. Detonation is a sound you feel before you hear. The catacombs took it like a lung-taking ere the ground thrummed pigeons stuttered into sky. In Odessa, manholes exhaled brief dragons in cois. One warehouse went from rumor to past tense near Brno, a relay station sighed and remembered it had once been a field. Anna watched the Odessa feed from the van, the old tunnel mouth unscrolling into orange, the smoke coiling like a name no one should say. She stood very straight and did not blink when the bell shelf burned with the numbers that might have held her father's voice. She let the pain come all at once like a wave she chose to dive through. Marina's screen erupted with furious light. It's live, trending in languages I can't read. Papers calling it the Shadow Library. Names are surfacing. Buyers are calling lawyers, who are calling priests. Good, Igor said. If priests are busy, we did something worth doing. Roman sat on the bumper and watched the tree line. Hell answer. Not with words. He did. At 4:22, every phone in the van vibrated. One message. No number. I taught you to make corners. You chose to live in one. Anna typed with hands that had stopped shaking before the charges blew. Corners hold houses. A minute, two. Then, we both know you burned your father with your enemies. Her thumb hovered. She looked at the screen, then at the horizon that didn't care about men who played markets with bones. She typed, I burned your future to buy some else's. He would approve. The dots blinked, stopped, did not return. Roman exhaled. Wounded him. Moved him, Igor corrected. Wounded men leak. Moving men plan. Marina scrubbed at her eyes and pretended it was screens. One more thing. The coin caught a trace before the hut went quiet. He called a name to ground what you just ripped from the sky. Whose? Anna asked. Marina swallowed. Irina Kamenskaya. The name hit the van like a new gravity. The witness who had named Father Pavel. The widow who had turned a decade of silence into a blade for them. Hell use her to rewrite the story, Igor said. Turn her into a false witness, a ghost, a cautionary tale. Or hell, he want, Anna said. It wasn't hope. It was promise. We go now. We bring her under. We don't let him choose the queen for us. Roman stretched his shoulder and stood. Then the queen goes first. Anna shook her head no. The queen gambits. She steps into the open and dares the board to follow. Meaning? Igor asked, already knowing. I go to the meet hell arrange when he realizes Irina is moving, Anna said. I go alone. Wearing nothing you can trace and everything he can't ignore. Absolutely not. Marina snapped, sudden and fierce. He will close the door and write a martyrdom and call it math. Maybe, Anna said. Or hell step close enough for us to see the stitch in his mask. She looked at each of them, letting the moment take shape in the room like a structure she intended to live in. You'll be their edges, exits, radio silent. If I don't come out, you don't write an elegy. You keep burning rooms until he runs out of houses. Igor held her gaze. The argument lived behind his eyes and died there. He nodded once, the kind of assent men give only when they understand a thing that doesn't belong to them. Roman pulled her into a brief, fierce embrace that smelled of smoke and old courage. If you fall, I burn the sea. Don't, Anna said, smiling without amusement. It never learns. Marina put the drive back in its anti-static sleeve like a relic and handed Anna a different kind of coin, a tiny, dumb piece of metal that did nothing but listen for one frequency and sing back a single note when it heard her pulse move too fast. It's not a wire, Marina said. It's a heartbeat. If yours runs, mine runs. Anna closed her fingers around the coin, around the cross, around the choice. Then let's teach him a new game. Outside, the Carpathians held their breath. Somewhere, between a confessional and a counting house, a man in a good coat considered the fire and recalculated the price of tomorrow. The meet was at the oldest place in a city that kept changing its masks, a derelict bathhouse off a tram line nobody trusted. The mosaics along its foyer were broken saints and sea creatures, all scales and halos, their eyes missing, their mouths still singing in toil. Steam hadn't lived here in decades. Only echoes. Anna arrived alone, wearing a coat she could run in and shoes that could be silent or loud depending on the floor. The coin at her pulse slept, listening. The cross at her neck was cool, solid. Marina's window van sat 3 streets away, dark as a thought that has decided if it should be said. Roman ghosted the back alley with a courier's bag and the patience that comes with not having enough time. Igor watched the tram stop and pretended to be bored. The door of the bathhouse was ajar, an old joke about hospitality. Inside, the air smelled of limestone and dust and something medicinal, like a memory someone had tried to sterilize. Light pooled in a rectangle beneath the broken roof, falling on cracked tiles that had once been blue as a myth. He was there already. Of course he was. Coulson stood with his coat open, as if temperature were beneath him. He looked younger in ruin. The building made him human. A woman sat on a stone bench near him, wrapped in a winter shawl, hands folded around a string of prayer beads that had inherited a million whispered names. Irina Kamenskaya, the witness who had made a priest tell the truth. The woman whose name, a few hours ago, had pinged from a relay like a warning. Anna, Coulson said, like he was introducing her to herself. Thank you for choosing the open door. Anna's eyes held Irina's. Are you all right? Irina nodded once, the way people do when the truth will take longer. I am here. Coffee, Coulson said, gesturing as if an attendant might materialize. He almost smiled at the absurdity when none did. Well, keep it brief. Time is expensive, and you just devalued mine. You built the market, Anna said. I priced tomorrow. You burned it, he corrected, not angry, admiring something in the distance only he could see. Arcs are for floods. You prefer fires. It's a style. Let her go, Anna said. She's not a hostage, he replied. She is proof. To you, to me, to the men who thought I would swallow her name and never speak it. I protect sources. I preserve what keeps the world honest enough to function. You launder the pain of other people into power, Anna said evenly. Protection is a tax you charge on guilt. He weighed the words, shrugged them off like an elegant coat. You want an ending. A clean one, with handcuffs and applause. He inclined his head at Irina. But she knows. Nothing clean survives long in water. Irina's beads clicked softly. The men who hurt me hid behind sacraments and paperwork. You hide behind cleverness. Cleverness feeds children, Coulson said. To Anna, you can leave with her. Nothing keeps you here. But if you do, you'll miss the only lesson worth learning. He took a step and the bathhouse shifted around him, as if light redistributed to respect his shape. Today you forced my buyers to think, he said. That is power. They will not forgive you, but they will adapt. New accounts, new hands, new priests of money. Unless, his eyes warmed by a degree, unless you choose a different target. I'm not a contractor, Anna said. I don't accept bids. Every hunter does, he said. Even if the currency is peace. He let the silence stand. The building breathed. Then, almost lightly, you burned Odessa. You burned Kois. You burned my lovely shadow in Brno. A list. Lists are easy to replace. What isn't? Reputation. If you want the market to starve, you don't break the shelves. You break the trust. We've started, Anna said. Well, finish. You want, he said, with calm certainty. You'll be discredited. Your witness will be recanted by your witness. Your team will be photographed in the wrong room. Your mother, he paused, very slightly, will be safe if you stop. And I will retire in a place where the newspapers are boring, as your friend desired. The word friend landed like a coin in a church. Marina, Anna said, recognizing the knife head fashioned out of a name. He smiled with almost pride. She's very good. It's why I noticed her. I don't recruit. I rescue. From the parts of the world that don't deserve them. Let Irina go, Anna repeated, voice a taut wire. Then talk. He looked to the woman. Do you want to go? Irina's chin lifted, yes. Then go, he said. Irina rose, moving with the deliberate grace of someone who had survived by measuring rooms. She passed Anna and touched her wrist. The touch contained an entire gospel in one whisper, Do not bargain with devils. Name them. Anna squeezed her hand. Down the corridor, left. Door with the iron latch. Out to the tram, she murmured. Irina nodded and was gone, shawl the color of old saints slipping through old air. The moment tightened. You didn't stop her, Anna said. I said I protect sources, he said. I meant it. I'm not your villain, Anna. I am a system with a face. That's the problem, she said. Faces can be removed. Something like delight flickered in his eyes. Then try. The coin at her pulse sang one soft note. Outside, Roman's foot found more silence. Igor's boredom sharpened. Is this the part, Corson asked quietly, where your men step through the walls with paper and guns? No, Anna said. This is the part where you decide what you are when nobody's watching. He laughed once, softly, at the audacity of the line. Very well. He took his phone from his coat and placed it on the broken ledge of a fountain that would never hold water again. He stepped back, palms open. Call them, he said. Bring your paper, your signatures, your cameras. I will not run from a story I wrote. You didn't write it, Anna said, but she was already signaling with her eyes down left. Now. The bathhouse acquired edges. Igor from the tram door with to check officers on cooperative papers. Roman from the service corridor, shoulder low, weight forward. Marina's van opening to a slice of light and a lens. Corson didn't turn. He watched Anna, and only Anna. Do you know why I chose a bathhouse? He asked conversationally. They were built for cleansing, not of skin, of stories. You think being seen here makes you clean, Anna said. I think being seen here makes the story neat enough to sell, he said, and smiled for the first time like a man, not a market. And markets buy neat stories. Hands where we can see them, Igor said, paper already in motion. The Czech officers moved forward with a professionalism that suggested they had been waiting to do one thing right for months. Corson lifted his hands. Across the street, a tram bell clanged, an old city sound agreeing with a new sentence. The officers read rights. Roman stepped closer and cuffed him. Anna took his phone and handed it to Marina's lens without looking down at the screen. For a breath, it was simple. Then the bathhouse remembered the world, and the world remembered it hated neat endings. A figure erupted from the balcony where the saints had lost their eyes. He wore a maintenance jacket and the wrong posture. His pistol was suppressed. The first shot aimed at the paper in Igor's hand. The second aimed at Anna's throat. Roman moved faster than the years in his back. He took the second shot in the meat of his shoulder, the sling tearing loose. The bullet skidded into tile, a shriek of stone. Igor drove the officer to the floor, ripping the man out of the shot pattern. Marina's lens fell and kept filming sideways, merciless. Corson didn't flinch. He watched Anna again, as if measuring whether she would choose math or blood. Anna chose both. She crossed the distance in a straight line and put the attacker down with the quiet, efficient violence she'd learned for a different life and repurposed for this one. The pistol clattered into the mosaic. The man made a sound like paper tearing and went still. Silence returned, embarrassed. The tram bell, outside, apologized. Roman breathed. Still here, Anna said, kneeling, pressing her hand against his wound. You're an idiot. Chef's honor, he said through his teeth, and grinned a crooked grin that had never once asked for permission to survive. Igor stood, the paper cracked by a hole that hadn't reached the signature. He looked down at it, almost amused. Well, need a fresh copy for the record. Use the hole, Marina said from the doorway, voice shaky and bright. It's the most honest stamp this city has ever seen. They processed him again by the book, by the camera, by the light. He went quiet as walls. When they led him out, the bathhouse did not applaud. It kept its mosaics, and its missing eyes, and the heat that had never returned. On the tram platform, Irina stood with her shawl and her beads, watching. She didn't wave. She bowed her head. It felt like a blessing you earn, not one you buy. Coulson paused at the threshold, as if to memorize the geometry of leaving. He glanced at Honor one last time, like a mathematician conceding an elegant proof. "You made a corner," he said softly. "I respect that. Then learn to live in one," she said. He smiled, not cruel, not warm, simply accurate. "Everyone does, in the end." They put him in the car and shut the door on the face of a system. Outside, the city exhaled. Trials are slow because truth is heavy. It takes time to carry it through doors that don't open easily. The headlines called it the Shadow Library case. Some called it the bathhouse arrest. Others called it nothing because they were tired. The dossier Marina had seeded bloomed into committees and subpoenas, the drive seized from Understreet, Agnes and the catacombs, and the relay huts became exhibits that resisted being explained away. Buyers invented philosophies and hired poets. Judges stared at bank logs and forgot to be charmed. Paul Hart acquired a fourth name, the one the court gave him when it stopped pretending. He tried to smile his way out of prison and discovered that a lens can turn a face into evidence. Havelka sat in a suit and learned the Polish word for forfeiture. The deputy's deputy found out what happens when a fax machine is traced back through a phone bill and into a townhouse where nobody dusted well. Not everyone fell. Systems survive by shedding limbs, but enough did to make the market flinch. Coulson did not perform in court. He appeared, then declined, then wrote, then invoked, then watched. He rarely spoke beyond the minimum and never on the record. When he did, it was to correct a date or an index number with the precision of a bookkeeper who respects ledgers because they outlive men. It turned out there were corners even he could not ignore. Cameras that did not belong to him. Judges whose boredom was a kind of virtue. Countries that, when embarrassed in front of one another, remembered how to act. Irina testified once, in a small chamber where the windows were high and the air was clean because someone insisted. She did not cry. She named who needed naming. When the defense lawyer tried to turn her into a silhouette, she stood straighter. "I am not a memory," she said. "I am a person." The stenographer looked down because sometimes the heart must be allowed to write without hands. Roman's daughter met him at a train platform with a backpack and the hesitation of a decade. He held that hesitation like a lifeline and did not tug. They learned each other's coffee and jokes. When he laughed the first time at something she said about a television show he didn't understand, the wound in his shoulder stopped predicting the weather. Igor learned to sleep again, not because the world improved, but because some stories ended. He bought the first round and the second and let Volkov pay for the third. Stoic sent a photograph of a new door in his office, the kind that locks from the inside because trust is a skill. The Czech officer whose paper had the hole through the signature framed it and hung it in his kitchen, where his mother asked him every Sunday if the hole meant dinner would be late. Marina received 2 offers from people who liked to call themselves foundations because it made them sound like verbs. She declined both and sent them a photocopy of a modem from 1997 with the caption, "I prefer wire." She started answering her phone by saying, "No, I will not consult on your brand." She taught a class at a high school once, reluctantly, and watched 3 girls decide that code was another word for voice. Anna stood often at the grave that held her father's name and a medal the country gave to late. She didn't bring flowers. She brought the weather. She told him about books she'd read and men who'd run out of corners and the way her mother had started baking again in a smaller place with light that didn't apologize. Once a letter arrived for her on paper heavy enough to argue with gravity. The envelope held no return address. The handwriting was exact. You will say I am manipulating the ending by writing at all. Perhaps. But endings are for editors, not for markets. Thank you for teaching me to price tomorrow differently. If I am a system with a face, it is only because faces make systems accountable. Do not become what you fought. The day will try to hire you. Decline interesting offers. Accept bread. No signature. Just a small square of mosaic tile taped inside a fragment of blue that might once have been sea, or a saint's robe, or simply a sky that survived the ceiling's collapse. She put the tile on her window sill where it caught morning and made it gentler. On the day the court read its longest paragraph, the air in the chamber was as still as freshly washed glass. Sentences were entered into a book that would be scanned, misquoted, taught. Cameras blinked. Men squeezed their own hands harder than they should. Someone coughed, apologized to no one and everyone. The judge said the numbers. He said the words about restitution and forfeiture and bars and years. He said some names like head practiced alone in a mirror to make sure he could bear them. Coulson stood, not taller, but exact. He looked over at honor and smiled the way a mathematician smiles at a problem that yielded to beauty rather than brute force. Afterward, in the corridor that smelled like paper and dust, he walked between two officers who'd learned to be boring on purpose. He glanced at her. "Corners hold houses," he said, recalling her message. She nodded. "And rooms with corners hold people. Take care that the rooms you build have windows," he said. "The air matters." A beat. "I am not unhappy with this ending." "It isn't an ending," Honor said. "It's just a room with a door." He almost bowed. "Then I will learn new manners." They parted like two lines that had finally decided not to intersect again. Outside, the city that wasn't Odessa and wasn't Prague and wasn't Vienna brushed past itself, busy with bread and buses, with lovers and bad decisions and children counting pigeons. The sky kept its own counsel. The headlines lasted until the next headlines. Somewhere, money tried to remember which name it was wearing that morning. Somewhere else, a witness opened a bakery at 6 and sold loaves that made people forgive themselves for small things. At dusk, Honor returned to the bathhouse, because endings prefer beginnings and because some rooms deserve a second look. The mosaics had repaired themselves. The saints still sang with broken mouths, but in the rectangle of roof where light fell, a pigeon had made a nest out of straw and a piece of blue tile and a paper with a hole through a signature. She laughed short, surprised, grateful. On her way back to the street, she met Igor by the tram and Roman with his crooked grin and Marina with her tired, dangerous eyes. They didn't talk about work. They talked about soup. They argued about whether winter or spring was more honest. They missed a tram deliberately so they could finish the story of a girl in a high school who'd decided to learn the language of the wire. The next tram came and they didn't miss it. The city slid by. At the corner, a mother took her child's hand and looked both ways. At the next, a man in a good coat stared at a calf menu and recalculated the price of tomorrow down to the pastry. The air smelled like new bread and old stone. Honor stood, found her balance, and rode without holding on.